What do you call a pumpkin roll with no pumpkin? A roll. Whew, it's going to be a long night, isn't it? Yeah, it'll be a long night. Anyways, I'm going to be here listening. I'm just off to the side, screwing around here in the office, and I'll have the radio on listening to the Just Nick show. It should be a good time. I think last year this time I was out in the garage working on the Honda. I'm pretty sure that's what was going on. Actually, I think I was installing the radio in Lucy's Honda. So, rest in peace to that car. Anyways, 88 SLG W8HRF. All right, dude. Yeah, well, then I think you're in better shape this year than last year. So there. All right, man. Well, you guys have a great night, and you know, you can earmark me for one of those pumpkin rolls if you like. I won't tell anyone. All right, I got a few more minutes going here. Let's go out to Tulsa and talk to Taco. Tim, KI5TAQ. This is KDSLG. You there, Tim?
W8WKY.
Oh, I see on the blue screen it's Becca. Hi, Becca. All right. Well, no Taco Tim. He'll probably stick his head in later, though. He usually does. Let me see who else is out there. Keith, K8TQR, KD8SLG. Hey, Keith, how you doing? I believe that was K4OG that was talking about cornbread in the oven.
KD8SLG, KE8TQR. Yeah, I was sitting here listening, and I heard him talking about cornbread, but something you said about smiling. My dad had an old saying was, smile at people, makes them wonder what you've been up to.
That it does, Keith, that it does. All right, man. I can smell that cornbread. Cornbread stuffing is not something that I ever got into personally, but I do like it. Never made it, though. Never made it.
The wife makes cornbread every now and then, Yeah, tripping over my words already. Makes it every now and then, but she doesn't use it for stuffing. She just uses the regular stuffing. I think it's sage, but yeah, we do like to eat cornbread. And Mark, I know that kitchen smells great.
Maybe Mark wants to respond to you there. He seems to be around. I'm going to step away here for 2.5 minutes. I'll be back in time for the girls. For the girls' speech, don't talk over the girl. I'll be back. It's KD8SLG.
KE8TQR, K4OG. Yeah, it smells wonderful in here, Keith. Rob baked the pumpkin pie, and after the cornbread comes out, there's going to be a couple of pecan pies going in. And that girl, she won't miss a beat, even if we're a little late. K4OG.
Roger on that pecan pie. You have yourself a wonderful Thanksgiving, you and the family. KE8TQR.
Roger, Keith. Oh, yeah, the wife said, it's a southern thing. K4OG.
The Beacon Net, a gathering of hams from around the world, will start on the system in 30 minutes. Come join us.
There's my girl. And the net is starting now. QST, QST, QST calling all amateurs to the Beacon Net Friendsgiving edition. Sponsored by the Silvercreek Amateur Radio Association right here on the W8WKY repeater, 147 Mark 390, positive offset and a PL tone of 114 Mark 8. We meet here every Wednesday and Sunday night at 10 o'clock Eastern. That's 9 o'clock Tulsa time. Early check-ins start a half hour beforehand. This is a controlled net. All traffic pass through net control. Your net control operator this evening is Kilo Delta 8 Sierra Lima Golf. KD8 SLG. My personal is Nick. November India Charlie Kilo. Just Nick. So we're doing things a little different tonight. No Mickey Mouse roll call. No trivia. Just me. And I've already talked to a number of people before the net started. And I'd like to recognize them once we get started here. But I'm going to have to do some business here before we get started, since Dustin isn't here to do it for me. Is there any emergency or priority traffic before the net? Please call now. All right, nothing heard. If there is an emergency, just say break, break, get my attention some other way. We'll slow the net down and help you out in any way we can. So, here's who I've talked to already. K40G, KA8LYJ, that's Mark and Bob. W3ETB, Eddie, KI5TAQ, not Tim, but actually Becca. Hi, Becca. KE8YUG and KF8ANS, Josh and Marie, I'll be talking to you shortly. Don't go away. And W8HRF, Josh was in here, and I threw Lucy on the list to bump my numbers, K8YUK. K8TQR was talking about cornbread, and Ray, K5CFY, I've got you on the list in number 11 tonight. A little deviation from the norm. So, let's take a round of check-ins, and then I'm going to start talking to people. Just one round. This is KD8SLG. I'm listening.
W5DJF, Joey, Claremore, Oklahoma. Kilo Alpha 0, Kilo Delta Whiskey.
Dave, East Sparta, Ohio.
Whiskey Victor 3 Kilo, WV3K. Hello, my friend Nick. It's good to hear your voice, buddy.
All right, fine business. Victor Zulu Alpha, KE8, VZA, Eric in Strongsville.
Echo Charlie, Kilo, Gale, Kyle, Texas.
All right, let me pick it up there. I jumped all over someone. I heard Barrick, KE8, VZA. Someone from Texas there. I missed your call sign completely. Texas, please come back.
Yes, the call is Kilo 0, Echo Charlie, Kilo 0, Echo Charlie, Kilo, Gale, Kyle, Texas.
WD5, KCB. Anybody out there? Can you hear me?
All right, we got a net going on here. I heard a K0CEK, but that's not resolving for me. I'd like to resolve that first. Texas station looking for someone to find you. Hang on for a second, please. K0CEK. Is that correct?
WD5, KCB.
Kilo 0 Echo Charlie Kilo. Kilo 0 Echo Charlie Kilo.
W8WKY.
All right, Gail, I got you that time. K0ECK, I got you. And other station from Texas, one more time, please.
Whiskey Delta 5 Kilo Charlie Bravo.
Whiskey Delta 5 Kilo Charlie Bravo, correct? Well, that one's not resolving, and that's enough of that. Let's go up and start talking. Well, let's see. Who did I get that time? I got W5 DJF Joey, you're in there. K80 KDW Brad. KC8EY Dave got you in there. WV3K Hi Phil. K8VZA Eric and K0ECK Gail. All right, let's go up and talk to Josh and Marie. We're going to start with Josh tonight. K8YUG, K8SLG. Fine business on the food net tonight, Josh. Looking forward to Sunday. How you doing, man?
K88SLG, this is K8YUG. Yeah, nice talking to you again, Nick. Yeah, good hearing you on the food group net. It was a good net. Thanks for checking in. And that was a lot of fun. I look forward to that. Yeah, it was a good day today. I've been off all week. Enjoying it, staying busy, doing some nursery stuff, and just all sorts of different projects and stuff like that. Try to take advantage of the nicer weather there for a little bit, but got some cold coming, but yeah, it's okay. We had a good doctor visit today. Everything was nice there, and yeah, I got to hit a couple nets today too, so I was happy about that. And things going good at work for the end of the month, so everything's pretty good. Looking forward to Thanksgiving tomorrow. Everybody have a good Thanksgiving, and yeah, super excited about Sunday, and excited to see a bunch of good people there. It's going to be a good time. But yeah, well, you take care, Nick, and yeah, I was happy to get on that. Like I said, I was certainly looking forward to it. You always do a good job. But you have a good Thanksgiving, and we'll catch up soon. I'll say 73, send it back to net control. This is K8YUG.
All right, Josh, sounds great, man. And yeah, looking forward to seeing you Sunday for sure. Glad everything's going well. Let's check in with the better half, shall we? KF8ANS, this is KD8SLG. How you doing tonight, Marie?
KD8SLG, this is KF8ANS. Marie here. Hi, Nick. Good to hear you again. So I stayed up late. I took a little nap so I could be here for the famous Friendsgiving net. Very looking forward to it a lot. So I'm looking forward to tomorrow's food as well. That should be great. You know, get stuffed up, take a little nap. We had a little doctor's appointment today, so the babies are doing pretty good. With the diameter of a large pizza, that's kind of crazy. I remember a dime, now a large pizza. And I'm feeling them kicking a little bit more. I didn't know if it was the car ride or maybe the music in the car they were kind of dancing to. But I definitely felt both of them, and that was pretty neat. So 73 to everyone, and happy Thanksgiving. And I'm looking forward to Sunday, too. That'll be a great time. This is KF8ANS, back to net.
KF8ANS, KD8SLG. Marie, good to hear everything's going well. Looking forward to seeing you Sunday. And happy Thanksgiving and happy Friendsgiving to you as well. Just saw someone link up, and I got to grab him while I can because he is out celebrating Friendsgiving. KD8EPC, this is KD8SLG. Go, Dustin.
KD8SLG and the net, this is KD8EPC. Before I ramble on, how do you copy? Am I sounding okay?
We'll stick with okay. Fully copyable.
All right there, Nick. Well, I just want to take the opportunity to say happy Friendsgiving to everybody out there on the net, and thanks for putting up with me tonight, Nick, and covering for me. We're having a lot of fun at Friendsgiving. Uncle Fred went home, but we've still got a nice crew here. We're playing a game of Clue and having a good old time there. With that, I have third-party traffic real quick. Here's Morgan.
Hi, Nick.
And here's Gina.
Hi, happy Friendsgiving. Best one yet.
All right, and that's all we've got. 73 and have a great net. KD8EPC, back to net control.
KD8EPC, KD8SLG, thanks for the third-party traffic. Hi, Gina. Hi, Morgan. You guys have fun. And happy Friendsgiving to all y'all. We're going to clear with KD8EPC. Let's go out to Tulsa and talk to Ray. K5CFY, this is KD8SLG. Good evening, Ray. How you doing?
KD8SLG, K5CFY. Good evening there, Mr. Nick. Thanks for putting on the beacon in a kind of different forum, but that's okay. As long as you're having fun and talking on the radio, that's all that matters. But good to hear everybody in there. And I think I got that call sign, the other Texas call sign. He was, I think I got it if you want it.
Oh, I got it. Steve out on the Texas repeater informed us that he's unlicensed and kind of bootlegs around with that call sign. So Steve filled me in on that, and I took him off the list.
Well, have a great night. Have a lot of fun, and good to hear everybody out there. Hope everybody has a wonderful Thanksgiving, and we'll get off here and we'll listen. K5CFY.
WPHGKV got problems with radio.
WBHGKV, Ed, I'll be taking check-ins again soon enough. I heard you, so apparently it's working. All right, buddy? This is the BeaconNet on Silvercreek Amateur Radio Association's W8WKY repeater. We're going to stay out in Tulsa. Next, we're going to talk to W5DJF. Joey, happy Friendsgiving. What do you got for us tonight?
Hello, this is W5DJF Joey, Claremore, Oklahoma. I'm just getting ready to go to my daughter's house and drive to Texas tomorrow during the holidays, like a 3-hour, no, actually a 6-hour drive. And I got a new radio. I got FT991A, so I'm trying to figure out how to use it. Other than that, I just hope everybody has a really good Thanksgiving and has a good, safe trip wherever you guys go.
W5DJF, KD8SLG. All right, Joey, well, thanks for stopping by. You drive safe tomorrow, and I hope you have a great time with the family out there in Texas. We're going to clear with W5DJF. Let's go to Missouri, see what Brad's up to. K0KDW, this is KD8SLG. Go, Brad.
Good evening, Nick. Everyone else on the amended version of the BeaconNet. Not a whole lot going on today, just waiting on the colder weather to come in and maybe a chance of snow this weekend, but not expecting any impacts really from that. Otherwise, just cold. Been playing around on my new repeater last several days. We just got it on air Saturday. The next line in the project is to get Broadcastify on it, and then also Allstar Echolink. So hopefully by the end of the year, if everything goes well, mainly the W0LZW's schedule, since he's the one housing the repeater for me. So pending his schedule, we'll hopefully get the repeater with Allstar and Echolink on there, and as soon as that happens, it'll be a part of the Wednesday edition of the Beacon Net as well. So you'll have another Missouri repeater, and I think that makes 4 or 5 Missouri repeaters in total if we had all of our repeaters on. That is on the link system as part of this right now. We would have 2 900s, a UHF, a 10 meter, and a 1.2. So yeah, we'd have a total of 6 repeaters in Missouri if we get everything back up and running. Otherwise, not much else, and have a good Thanksgiving. K0 KDW.
Fine business, Brad. It's great having Broadcastify if you want to go back and cut a recording or listen to something over again. Trust me on that. We're going to clear with K0 KDW. Have a great Thanksgiving there, Brad. And let's go back to Ohio. We're going to talk to Dave. KC8EEY. This is KD8SLG. How you sounding tonight, Dave?
Well, hopefully I'm sounding good. Don't tell me that I'm crackly or anything, or you'll send me down a rabbit hole. After talking to you last night and doing a little troubleshooting from repeater to repeater, I decided to go down and try to hit the Cambridge repeater, and luckily I was able to bring it up with just 10 watts, and that's over a 60-mile, about a 60-mile hike from my place right here. But then I was doing some scanning, and I was watching the software on the computer as it was scanning through the different repeaters, and I kind of noticed the reason why that I wasn't being able to hit into the Millersburg repeater, and somehow the PL got turned off just for that one repeater. I turned it back on, and lo and behold, was able to hit it. So it just goes to show you, do not troubleshoot your ham shack when you're tired and you got other things on your mind. The best thing to do is kind of back off and just things will eventually resolve itself, or it'll come out and pop out at you and hit you right between the eyes. I wanted to say happy Thanksgiving to everyone. Don't eat too much. If you've got a gallbladder that is a little finicky, please do not eat and overindulge. This is kind of my anniversary of having my gallbladder removed about 15 years ago. So we'll say 73s. We'll be sticking around here for a while and listening to everybody talk. This is KC8EEY.
KC8EEY, KD8SLG. Yeah, Dave, sometimes you just got to walk away and sleep on it and go back to it and then work it out. And isn't it great when radios do random things like that? But it's never user error, is it? Dave, have a happy Thanksgiving, and bless your gallbladder. We're going to clear a KC8EE, and let's go to Phil, WV3K, KD8SLG. Happy Thanksgiving, Phil. What do you got for us?
KD8SLG, Whiskey Victor 3 Kilo. Hello, Nick. Good to hear that beautiful voice of yours. Sound really great. Robin and I are just kicking back, having a real nice evening together, and we're looking forward to tomorrow, as it is Thanksgiving, and very much to be grateful for, including the many good friends that we have on amateur radio. I kind of wish that we were able to get together with family, but sometimes families don't connect or stay connected, and this is kind of a sort of a heartache for both of us. So anyway, we still dearly love them and care, so that will never stop. So anyway, for all on the net here this evening, Robin and I do indeed want to convey our deepest heartfelt for much love and happiness and good health, and much traveling mercies to all that may be in travel to be with family and friends. And Nick, thank you so much, and you have a very wonderful Thanksgiving. Nice work in helping us all get together on a very low-key but a very joyful net. First time I've had this in a long time, long time. KD8SLG, Whiskey Victor, 3 Kilo. God bless and much love to you, Nick. Take care, and God bless from Robin and I.
WV3K, KD8SLG. Thanks, Phil. And you give all my best to you and yours, and Robin as well. Thanks for stopping by. Great hearing from you. K8VZA, you're on deck, but I'm going to jump down and grab President Gary real quick, see if he's by the radio. AA8CS, this is KD8SLG. Gary, are you there?
KD8SLG, this is AA8CS. Yeah, I'm here. Number 28, last time I looked.
Well, I know you've been a busy man, so I figured I'd jump you to the front here and give you a chance to maybe talk about the Christmas party and wish everybody a happy Friendsgiving.
All right, Nick, and you are so kind. I do appreciate that. Thank you for doing the net tonight. I do appreciate that. You're having the special format, etc. It sounds real good, and it's good to hear everybody on the air and see everybody on the blue screen. Quite nice. I do want to invite everybody to the barometer net tomorrow morning, Thanksgiving morning. Not sure what kind of traffic we'll have, but God willing, I'll be there with a hearty good morning at that ungodly hour of 7 a.m. in the morning on this very repeater. So hopefully we'll see a bunch of you there tomorrow morning. However, if it were me on the other side of that coin, I'd be surveying the inside of my eyelids, I believe. Let me grab a quick second. All right, the Christmas party. I just wanted to make sure everybody knows that the Sarah Christmas party sign up is online at w8wky.org. Get yourself all signed up and come on down. It's going to be a good time at the Eagles on December 12th. We will be terminating. Wow, what a word! We will be terminating the RSVPs on Wednesday the 4th. So the Beacon Net on the December 4th will be the final call for Christmas party RSVPs. And with that, Nick, let me say to you again, thank you for doing the net tonight, and my very best to the girl. I still get tickled when I think about that. Anyway, back to you, buddy. And you have a very, very Merry Christmas. Whoops. A very happy Thanksgiving to everybody. Let me turn it back to Ned.
W8WKY.
AA8CS, KD8SLG. Oh, Gary, you said Merry Christmas. Now an elf has to slaughter a baby reindeer. Oh, man. I'll be there in the morning, Gary, I assure you. And thanks for stopping by tonight. And we'll talk to you in the morning. We're going to clear with President Gary, AAHCS. Now we'll go back to Eric. After I identify this as the Beaconette on the W8WKY repeater, I'm KD8SLG, and next up is KE8VZA. Go, Eric.
KD8SLG in the group. This is KE8VZA here, activating couches on the air again. Things are going well. I did get the last cut of the lawn today, believe it or not. And the riding mower decided to eat one of its belts. It was quite interesting. So I had to resurrect an old mower that I've kept around just in case, because it was one of those just in case times. And I got it going. It actually did really well. Finished it off, come in the house, and my wife is listening to a recipe video and throwing stuff into a baking dish and saying, this is going to be good, this is going to be good. And she made this cornbread casserole, and it was fantastic. Cornbread mix, sour cream, creamed corn, regular corn, an egg or two, a little sugar, and 45 minutes in the oven to pure bliss. Anyway, had a turkey breast in the crock pot today, too. I put that together with instructions, of course, and it was delicious. We're going to my parents' house tomorrow. My dad doesn't eat poultry, so we're having ham there. So turkey tonight, ham tomorrow. Anyway, I hope President Gary noticed how deftly and expertly you circled back to me, because that should be reflected in your performance review, because you definitely need a raise there, Just Nick. Anyway, KE8VZA, happy Thanksgiving, everyone. 73, back to net control.
Oh, KE8VZA, KD8SLG. We'll add another 0 to my check. Eric, that cornbread sounds absolutely fabulous. You'll have to team up with Audrey and I for when we make midnight chili sometime. Sounds like a good mix with that one. All right, man. You're going to clear with KE8VZA. Thanks, Eric. Let's go out to Texas and talk to Gail. K0ECK, now that I got your call sign right. Dyslexic fingers tonight, Gail. How you doing? What's going on in Texas? And happy Friendsgiving.
Well, good evening, sir. And we just thought we'd stop by and see what the event was all about. It seemed like a nice bunch of people, so we'll be back to check it out again. Hope everybody has a good day tomorrow. K0ECK, back to net.
K0ECK, KD8SLG. Gail, thanks for stopping by. And, NU5D, Steve seems to be hooking up the Texas repeaters for us on the regular on Wednesday and Sunday night, and it's great to have some new faces and new call signs in here, and some new voices. You have a great Thanksgiving tomorrow, and a great Friendsgiving tonight. We're going to clear with K0ECK. Let's see if Ed's radio is working. WB8 GKV, Ed, this is KD8SLG. Go ahead. Well, maybe Ed's radio isn't working so good again. We'll circle back eventually, maybe. See what he's got going on. Speaking of circling back, Taco Tim is in here now, not Becca, I believe. KI5TAQ, this is KD8SLG. What do you got for us tonight, Taco Tim?
Good afternoon, or I should say good evening, Nick. Yeah, wife was working the net logger for a little bit, trying to communicate, and if you'd noticed the name, you'd see that Taco Tim is Timothy G, and my wife would be and when she's on net logger, it would be Tim. And she would always say, no, I'm not Tim. But for today or tonight, maybe tomorrow, you can call me Turkey Tim, because we all know tomorrow is Thanksgiving. And yes, turkey is hard. But we all know that there's a ham out there. And, well, that ham, he lives up to his initials. He lives up to his funny. Now, do you think he'll live up to food? With that said, this is KI5TAQ.
All right, Turkey Tim. You have a great Friendsgiving tonight and a better Thanksgiving tomorrow, man. And all my best to Becca if she's listening. Going to clear with KI5TAQ. It's the top of the hour, and this is when I would normally hand it off to Dustin to light up the nighttime airwaves, but not tonight. So I'm going to take this opportunity to tell you about how this started. When my mom died a couple of years ago and Thanksgiving rolled around, I didn't have anything to do, and Dustin did. He was having Friendsgiving with his friends, so I just said, I'll do everything and go have Friendsgiving, and that was how this started. So I think this is my third year doing it, and it's kind of fun, and it's definitely a lot different than normal Beacon Net. So there you go. All right, I'm lighting up the nighttime airwaves. This is the Beacon Net. You're listening to W8WKY repeater, Silvercreek Amateur Radio Association. And I added a bunch of people from NetLogger onto the list. That would be KC3QND Jeannie, W8LYO John, KI5DAY Alan, NU5D Steve, KJ5CEU John, KE8ZRY Jeremy, AB8MO Andy said he was in and out. Thanks, Andy. KC0LRM Kelly, back in the fold. And KE8QFT, Fred, you're on there. And W2JLS, I saw you sneak in on Echolink. You're on the list, my brother from another mother. Don't go away. Let's talk to Jeannie. KC3QND, this is Katie at SLG. Hi, Jeannie. Happy Friendsgiving.
KC3QND here. Well, yes, it is. Very happy Thanksgiving. It's so nice to get on here tonight and listen to all my friends on here. Uncle Fred and Dustin and John and just a bunch of everybody. It's just spectacular. And Andy over there hiding in the corner. I feel like Romper Room, seeing all my kids. So, this is Thanksgiving Eve, and you think it'll really snow? Do you think it'll really snow? Because I don't think we're going to get as much as they say. I think we'd have to go to Conneaut maybe to get all that snow, but let's hope so. But anyway, that's what I'm doing tonight. I'm done for the night. As a matter of fact, I even threw the bird in the oven. He can cook all night, and I'll take him out in the morning. I'll make turkey dinner for breakfast. Then we can just eat all day. That's the best way. If you make it for when you get up in the morning, just start throwing dinner together, and anybody comes in, there's the food on the counter. Go help yourself. Then nobody has to show up at any certain time. It's already made. So that's my segment and the whole thing, and then we have the whole day to do whatever we want to do. We don't have to prepare food or anything. So that's what I'm going to do. KC3, QND, back to you, Nick.
KC3QND, Katie at SLG. Jeannie, you sound like a pro. You've got this thing down. Don't make everybody show up at one time. Don't make everybody be there. Just set up the food and have at it. Jeannie, have a great day. And be sure to slip Mr. Wilson maybe a bite or two of some food for me, if you would, please. And tell him it's from me. We're gonna clear with KC3QND. And let's go up to North Ridgeville. W8LYO John. This is Katie at SLG. Happy Friendsgiving. What do you got for us tonight?
SLG, W8LYO. Am I making it into the repeater?
You're a little scratchy. I wouldn't want to listen to you for too long, but got every word you said. Go ahead.
Okay, well, let me, I'll switch over to the other repeater. Hold on a second. Okay, this is probably better. It's been an interesting day. What should have been a relaxing day was a long day of driving around fixing people's internet all around Ohio from my family that, some of them I won't get to see on Thanksgiving, but and just heard the net tonight. Thought I'd get on and say hello to everybody. So happy Thanksgiving, and I'll pass it back to Nat. This is W8LYO, back to KD8 SLG.
W8LYO, KD8 SLG. For stopping by tonight, and you're definitely making the K8 KRG, the 700 machine, a little better. That one's got really quiet audio, but definitely a cleaner signal for sure. Hey, you have a great Thanksgiving, John. We're going to clear with W8LYO. We're going to skip over Alan right now, because I think he's on the phone. Oh, wait, he's back. He's back. KI5DAY, KD8 SLG. Alan. Hi.
KI5DAY, yay. Good evening, everybody. Happy Friendsgiving and happy Thanksgiving. Hey, Larry, come here. There he is. Hey, where you been? He's been back in there in the Funyuns. I got some more Funyuns today. Figured he'd be in there tearing them up. He's probably got them all over the place. Anyways, hope everybody's doing well, and just got off the phone with a buddy of mine from here in my town. Golly, the guy's almost 80, but he's got a pretty sharp mind overall. He gets around, he's mobile and everything, and he just didn't know that you had to put the PO tones in for GMRS, but we got him in there, and I heard it kick on when he was talking to me, and he was hearing the GMRS station, so he's a happy camper. But anyways, what else is going on? Man, oh man, I'm losing my mind. I'm running out of vacation quick here. I've been on vacation for a few weeks, but I've gotten a lot of stuff done that I needed to get done. I got to do a lot of volunteer work, which was wonderful and good times. And tomorrow morning I'm heading out of here to go to my youngest sister's house. She's a little older than I am, but going to her and my new brother-in-law's house. Let me let this drop. Supposed to be about 20 of us there, and I think I know 5 of them. So it's always fun to reminisce with people that you do not know. Yeah, Larry thought that was funny. Anyways, what am I trying to say? There was something else I was going to say, but I forgot what it was. Oh, yeah, she was in panic mode. She sent me a text earlier and said their gas wasn't working. Well, come to find out it was a regulator, so he had bought a new regulator, my brother-in-law Jack there, and it wasn't working, but a friend of his just happened to be in town. He said, hey, I'll come over with one that I have, and he put it in. It worked right off the bat. So they got it working, and everything's back to normal. So now she doesn't have to panic, and she can cook. It's weird now. I have 2 brothers-in-law named Jack. Nothing confusing about that, but one day we'll all be together in the same room. That'll be confusing. But with that, I'll shoot it back to you. Hope everybody has a great Thanksgiving, and happy Friendsgiving here on the air. Thanks for running this thing, Nick, KI5DAY.
Alan and Larry, always a pleasure, man. Thanks for being here tonight. Sorry your vacation's winding up. It sounds like you made the best of it there. Have a happy Friendsgiving and a better Thanksgiving. We're going to clear KI5DAY. Let's go to Texas, talk to NU5D. Steve, thanks for the assist there on that bogus call sign. I appreciate that. Happy Friendsgiving. What do you got for us tonight, Steve?
Well, howdy, Nick, and the rest of the net. Good to hear everybody on tonight. Got a really great bunch going. You know what is strange, the gentleman that we're talking about, I got on and didn't realize he didn't have a call. He really asked some intelligent questions, and I think would make a great ham, and would sure love to see him go ahead and get licensed and get that out of the way. He's really a sharp guy. Well, let's see. We put a new antenna up, Jim, WB50XQ, and myself on a repeater in Waco. We didn't do it. We hired somebody, wrote the check. That was about it. But it was great to see that take place. Other than that, I hope all have just a fantastic Thanksgiving. We have so many things to be thankful for. Great, Nat. I'll be listening out in U5D.
NU5D, K8SLG, fine business on a new antenna in Waco. That's awesome. Thanks for linking us up. We're definitely getting some traffic from Texas. It's great to see some new folks, as I told Gail. And thanks for being there to make sure everything's going smooth. I really do appreciate that. While we're talking about that, WR4AGC, that's node number 55342, North Carolina. You keep keying up randomly, and you're going to get nixed if we keep it up there. So please take care of that. We're going to clear with NU5D. Next up, we're staying in Texas. We're going to talk to John, KJ5CEU. This is KD8SLG. Happy Friendsgiving. What do you got for us tonight?
Good evening. Thank you for having me. Thank you for hosting that. We had a fantastic day. Our church had done a grace stop for these travelers. Thanksgiving we had done one, I don't even remember what they said, 9, 10, 11 years. Well, we didn't know the day. Fantastic day. People stopped, stretched their legs, got some coffee, soda, and anyway, just a fantastic day there. Spent with them, watching the kids play, and Christmas lights are up, and the yard looks pretty, and a bunch of all the cousins were getting together tomorrow. Our parents are dead, so we still all get together. And one cousin tomorrow, the next cousin will be in Christmas, and then they come to my house for New Year's. So just like others have said, a fantastic Thanksgiving, a lot to be thankful for, and just wish everybody happy Thanksgiving, and just be thankful for what we have. Anyway, appreciate it. Anyway, KJ5CEU, back to you, Net Control.
KJ5 CEU. That one's not sticking on my tongue just yet, John. I'll get used to it, though. Thanks for being here, and thanks for representing Texas tonight. You guys are overtaking Oklahoma tonight again, I think. Good to have you here, man. Come back every Wednesday and Sunday night. We'll be looking forward to it. We're going to clear with KJ5CEU, and let's go back to Ohio. Check in with Jeremy. KE8ZRY, KD8SLG. Happy Friendsgiving. What do you got for us tonight, Jeremy?
Good evening, Nick, and everybody on the net tonight. I'm glad to be here. It's KE8ZRY. Not much going on. Just was relaxing a little bit today. Unfortunately, my better half had to have surgery today, so she's been recovering. But surgery went well. It was a short surgery, and she'll recover in no time. While she was taking a nap with our little one, I kind of snuck out to Home Depot and bought the items I need to put up my antenna for my dual band VHF, UHF antenna that I'm going to be putting up to hook up to one of my mobiles down here in the basement. I figure it's going to be cold this weekend, and it's going to be perfect weather to do it. Why not? So hopefully I can get that up and get that going. But I'm looking forward to tomorrow. I've got a lot to be thankful for. I've got a great family and great friends. So I hope everybody has a great Thanksgiving and has a great Friendsgiving tonight. This is great. It's good to just sit here and listen to everybody and talk. So with that being said, I'll turn it back over to Net Control and hope everybody has a great night.
W8WKY.
KE8ZRY K88ZRY, KD8SLG. Jeremy, yeah, you put the antenna up when it's cold, it'll work much better. That's what they tell me. One of those old wives' tales. And all the best to your wife. Hope recovery goes good. And you take care of her. And happy Friendsgiving and happy Thanksgiving to you. We're going to clear with K8ZRY. Going to go back out to the Tulsa area and talk to Kelly. I've been missing you. It was good to hear you on the Boredom Breaker net today, and even better to hear you tonight. KC0LRM, KD8SLG. Go, Kelly.
Oh, KD8SLG. Hey, thanks for getting me in there. I hope my Echolink's working good here. I'm actually contacting you from Wichita, Kansas, and I'm here for the holidays, and hope everybody has a good Friendsgiving. I've never heard that term. That's a new one for me, and a good Thanksgiving, and luckily all the way here, 3 hours of driving, I say no wrecks, so I'm blessed for that, and everybody just be thankful for what we got, and hopefully this is coming in pretty good. And it kind of making me a little homesick hearing all these people from Texas out there, since I'm from Fort Worth, and I used to live in Killeen and Harker Heights down there, so I see somebody in Killeen going to check in here later. So hi to all my people, home people there in Texas. All right, well, back to you, Dick. Thanks for running that, and I'll be on here a lot more now, I think. All right, back to you.
KC0LRM, KD8SLG. Good to hear you back on the air, Kelly. I hope you have a great Thanksgiving tomorrow. And Friendsgiving, let's see. I grew up in a college town, Penn State, and what would happen is everybody would come home for Thanksgiving. The first couple years we got out of school and college and everything, and that night we'd all get together and do something, which was pretty much go to a bar, go to somebody's house, whatever. But we'd all get together as friends before we had to deal with the family the next day. We didn't call it Friendsgiving back then, but that's pretty much what it was. And that's kind of what we're doing tonight, too. Cool? All right, Kelly. Look forward to talking to you some more. We're going to clear KC0LRM. And let's talk to Uncle Fred, K8QFT, KD8SLG. Fred, I hope you're... I heard you were at Friendsgiving earlier tonight with Dustin. Hope that went well, and hope tomorrow goes good for you, too. K8QFT, KD8SLG. Go, Fred.
K8QFT here, yeah. I was at Dustin's Friendsgiving. I'm having a hard time with my keyboard here. It keeps, I try to type stuff out, and it keeps... it's the thing with the caps. It's just me. Let's all be thankful for friends, family, the country we live in, and that's what it's all about. Yeah, I had some good food tonight. Oh, boy. Something happened over the weekend that bummed me out for sure, but life goes on. Boy, oh boy, I just didn't want to come on here and be Debbie Downer or anything, but two things to think about, like nobody ever gets this world alive, and I forgot what else I was going to say. It was really profound anyway. Yeah, death is a part of life. And, I'll have more information. I'll put it out for anyone who, a lot of you knew Leah before I did, and I'll put that out. And I'm sorry. As I say, I didn't want to be a downer, but I feel like there are people out there who might want to know because they knew her and Dan, NADLD, long before I came around. So K8QFT, back to net control, and happy Thanksgiving, everybody.
K8QFT, KD8SLG. Fred, once again, my condolences, and peace be with you, my friend. I'm glad you had a good Friendsgiving, and I hope tomorrow is even better for you. We're going to clear with KE8QFT. Stay in Ohio. Let's go to Fairlawn. Talk to my brother from another mother. W2JLS KD8SLG. It was great seeing you this week, John. Great seeing you. Happy Friendsgiving. What do you got for us tonight?
Kilo Delta 8 Sierra Lima Golf Whiskey 2 Juliet Lima Sierra. You caught me, and I was out picking up some soft drinks. So I was listening in on the Echolink, and you must have spied me there. I wasn't paying close attention, but yeah, I have since arrived back at Casa de John out here in Fairlawn, and yeah, good evening to everybody. Good evening on your ears. Happy Friendsgiving. Yeah. Yes, just heard the news that Uncle Fred shared. I'm really sorry, Uncle Fred. I'll say that, and all the best with family and friends this Thanksgiving. All of that aside, right? Yeah, Nick. Yeah, it was great seeing you and the rest of the gang out at the club meetings this week. That was fun, and it was really, I thought, a very productive meeting. You did a good job. Like I said, it's always good to catch up with friends. Sorry I haven't been in the air as much as I'd like lately, but it was definitely good catching up. Yeah, and I'll be listening in tonight. I don't have a big Thanksgiving plan. Everyone's kind of headed in other directions, and I've got some things to focus on, so I'll be doing that, kind of flying solo tomorrow, maybe getting into some turkey prep later in the week and stuff like that. So the more formal stuff will follow for me. But everyone have a spectacular week and weekend and Friendsgiving. W2JLS, back to you, old friend.
And there's the first random key up from Fireside tonight. W2JLS KD8SLG. John, you have a great day tomorrow, even if you're flying solo. Sometimes that's the best way to do it. We're going to clear a W2JLS. Let's go back out to Texas. WW5CRT. Chris, this is KD8SLG. How you doing tonight? Happy Thanksgiving. Happy Friendsgiving. What do you got for the group?
Hey, Nick. Thanks for running the net tonight. Happy Friendsgiving. Happy Thanksgiving tomorrow to everybody. Everything's going good here. Unfortunately, I'm actually not in Texas at the current time. I'm up here in the beautiful state of Wyoming. Had to drive down and go get my beautiful wife from Denver, Colorado. She flew up to spend Thanksgiving with me because she could not make it home. I could not make it home for Thanksgiving this year due to work issues. So I stuck around. She flew up to me, and we're just gonna go for a little joyride in the next couple of days over to Yellowstone or South Dakota to see the monuments and what have you. Something that she hasn't seen yet, so that's a good thing. Brisk 32 degrees out here right now. She landed in snow, so that was fun for her. But we are all good, nice and warm here in the hotel, just hanging out. I'm going to go ahead and kick it back to the net controller, WW5CRT.
WW5CRT, KD8SLG. All right, man. Wyoming it is. Cool. I understand there is some snow up there. You guys be careful when you go out for your joyride. It's awesome your wife went up to join you. Happy Friendsgiving and a better Thanksgiving tomorrow. We're going to clear with WW5CRT. We're going to stay, we're going to go to Texas, I think. Ernesto, KJ5HYS. This is KD8SLG. Happy Friendsgiving. What do you got for us tonight?
W8WKY. Not much, really. Just sitting here listening to you guys. Happy Thanksgiving to everybody out there. Be safe. Enjoy your family and the good times. Back to you, Net Control 7-3.
All right, Ernesto. Well, thanks for coming in, and you've actually started becoming a regular. I recognize you. So thanks for being here, man, tonight. And you have a happy Friendsgiving tonight. Better Thanksgiving tomorrow. We're going to clear with KJ5HYS. I've got KC8FQV and K6KJV on the list. I haven't taken check-ins yet this half hour. Let's build a little list here before I talk to you guys. So this is the Beacon Net on the W8WKY repeater. I'm KD8SLG, and I'm taking some check-ins. Go.
Whiskey Delta 8, Lima Lima Alpha.
Kilo Charlie 5 Romeo Bravo Golf KC5 RBG Shannon in Tulsa Mobile.
KJ5 Tahlequah, Oklahoma.
All right, let me pick it up there, please. All right, I added WD8LLA, KC5RBG, Mobile. Shannon got you in there. And then there was a KJ5 station. I got KJ5. Then you just dropped out with some noise. Please come back with your call sign phonetically and alphabetically, please.
This is Kilo Juliet 5 Bravo Golf Quebec. Kilo Juliet 5 Bravo Golf Quebec, Tahlequah, Oklahoma.
All right, Tahlequah. That's pretty cool. KJ5 BGQ got you in there, Nolan. And somebody was keying up on the 015 at the same time. I didn't get any of that call sign. Please come again. Let it drop, and then give it to me phonetically and alphabetically, please.
Kilo Echo 8, Yankee Lima Lima, KE8YLL. This is Brian from Seven Hills.
KE8YLL, KD8SLG. I got full copy on you that time, Brian. Thank you very much. All right, let's talk to our mobile hill real quick, and then we'll work this list. KC5RBG, Real Big Guns. KD8SLG, happy Friendsgiving. How you doing, Shannon?
Hello there, Just Nick, KC5RBG, and I'm doing pretty good. Had to make a run to the grocery store. Amanda's going to cook Thanksgiving dinner, so I'm going to go over there, and I'm going to take my dish, which really isn't a dish, but hey, I call it a dish. Anyway, take my food there. We'll put it that way. Food. But anyway, it's had to run to the store real quick and get all that stuff, and that way I can make it tonight and have it marinate for tomorrow. Other than that, just chilling out. I hope everything's going good up that way. It's cold here. The truck's saying it's 48, but it's cooler than that. And the wind chill is probably around 33. I would imagine. It's really cold. But anyway, it's very dark, cloudy. So I saw Dustin's fried turkey. Boy, it looked good. He might have to FedEx me some overnight. But Nick, you have a wonderful Thanksgiving, my friend. And I I'm glad I can call all of you up there, my friends. This hobby's been great to me. This is Kilo Charlie 5, Real Big Guns. God bless. 73. Back to net control.
KC5RBG, KD8SLG. Shannon, you've got friends in Ohio, that's for sure. No trivia question tonight, but I'm going to put you down for the great state of Oklahoma. You have a great Friendsgiving tonight and a better Thanksgiving tomorrow. Have a good one, Shannon. We're going to clear KC5RBG. We're going to roar back to Aurora and check in with Mark North. KC8FQV, KD8SLG. Happy Friendsgiving, Mark. What do you got for us?
I'm going to see how well it sounds. Okay, it sounds pretty good. Earlier tonight, it was, when I was going into Newberry for the QCWA, they said it wasn't doing so swell. Well, I guess that miles change. But, hey, I did everything today. I went to the store, too. I wasn't planning that, but well, I was planning. But, yeah, I got the Louis net there out in Washington State, and we got Zoom to Q on Wednesday night, they do out there. And we did the Worcester net, and we got our QCWA net here. So, yeah, we did the beacon, the boredom breaker net. We did a lot of stuff today. So everything went good today. Up until I was ready to launch the beacon net, I went on the net logger because I had multiple of them open, and clicked on the tab because it was clear to be open. And when I clicked on the blue tab to make a new one, or no, to go in to get the list, it closed the program. How does it do that? Well, it's the computer. Not the computer. I think it's the screen. That screen needs replaced, probably. It's a touch-sensitive screen, and it looks like an old cathode ray tube that starts closing in on itself as it shrinks. So we'll send it back to net, and, don't eat too much turkey tomorrow. Save some for the next day. And the next day, you won't have to cook for a day or two. So we'll send it back to net, KCFQV.
KC8FQV, KDSLG, you're sounding pretty good on the 015, Mark. Yeah, very little noise on it tonight. And no turkey for me tomorrow, man. We're having lasagna. So there. KC8FQV, KD8SLG. Have a happy Mark. Go out to California, talk to the Rev Cav. K6KJV, this is KD8SLG. Happy Friendsgiving, Kevin. What do you got for us tonight?
Well, hello there, Mr. Nick, and everybody else on the net. This is K6KJV for all them intrusive agencies that got to know and be intrusive. So what do I got for the net tonight? Well, I got a little story, a little ditty. Want to hear it? There's a difference between the Cornwaldo beans and the Cranwaldo beans. And I don't know if anybody's ever explained it to you, but the Cornwaldo beans is on my dad's side, okay? And the Cranwaldo beans is on my mama's side. And they're actually, they're Cornwaldo beans, but they kind of changed their name because the Cornwaldo beans that like to eat the cranberry sauce out of the can, the jelly type, yeah, we like that. And the other ones that like that fresh kind of stuff, the lumpy stuff, they decided to change their names to Cranwaldo beans because they're kind of uppity. They got their nose stuck up in the air and stuff like that. Let me reset. K6KJV returning with a totally made up story. But yeah, it's my family history along with y'all's. Y'all, my brother, Cornwaldo Beans. And just so you know, we do have a trivia. It's in the blue screen. And I guess because it's just in the blue screen, that's the only reason why I just get 1D. So my answer to it is D is in Delta, as always. And I want to take and let everybody know that I'm praying that every one of y'all's and your families and friends have a very blessed Thanksgiving tomorrow. And remember the reason for the season. The good Lord gave us salvation and eternal life. And that's a reason for every day. So with that, I'll shut up and say God bless 73 and pass the mic back to you there, Nick, from K6KJV. It's all yours, sir.
K6KJV, KD8SLG. Kevin, I am going to have to get with the Cornwaldo Bean archivist and check on that story. However, she is away for the holidays, so that's not going to happen tonight. I'm not a big fan of fresh cranberry stuff either. I like the cans. So there. We're going to clear with K6KJV. Happy Friendsgiving and a better Thanksgiving tomorrow, Kevin. Let's go back to Ohio. Pick up my friend Neil down in Metropolitan Brewster, WD8LLA. This is KD8SLG. Neil, how you doing tonight? Happy Friendsgiving. What do you got for the group?
KD8SLG, WD8LLA. I don't have a whole lot except I'm having a real happy holiday. I got to see my son today. I lost one a couple months ago. I had twins. And I got to see another one today and spend time with him, so I'm having a great time. And I come home and me and Tequila had a real round bout, so I'm doing fine. So Nick, 73, you guys, thanks for running the net. I've been listening for like an hour. It's been great. Everybody that's been on there, and I want to give my condolence to Fred. I've been through it. It's terrible. But you guys, love everybody. Have a good Thanksgiving. Back to you, Nick.
WD8LLA, KD8SLG. Neil, it's great you got to see your son. And I'm looking forward to a round or two with tequila as well. So there. You have a great night, Neil. It's good talking to you. And happy Friendsgiving and a better Thanksgiving tomorrow, buddy. We're going to clear with WD8LLA. And let's go out to Oklahoma and talk to Nolan. KJ5, BGQ. Happy Friendsgiving. What do you got for us tonight, Nolan?
GQ, not really a whole lot. Just sitting here waiting for that turkey to be finished tomorrow. We just got it on the smoker tonight, and I don't really have a lot of traffic. But I'm going to say 7-3s. KJ5 BGQ, I'll be monitoring.
All right, man. Smoked turkey sounds fabulous. You man that smoker all night. Make sure it doesn't get out of hand. Thanks for stopping by. Tahlequah. I like saying that. We're going to clear with KJ5 BGQ. Takes us down to Brian. KE8Y. Good evening, Brian. Happy Friendsgiving. What do you got for the group?
Happy Friendsgiving. Oh, not a whole lot. I'm just reminiscing in my head about all the Thanksgivings past. They were good times. I mean, I was born in the early 60s, and I remember Dad always had the TV on and watching the parades. And Mom was cooking in the kitchen with my aunt. We always woke up after they did. They must have got up really early. I don't know that I have ever gotten up as early as they get up. But just reminiscing about the old time. And it's like Friendsgiving and Thanksgiving. It's all good. I just thought I'd check in for the first time here. I'm on a mobile unit. I have connected still kind of new at this, still in my second year of communicating, so hopefully all works out well. So once again, happy Friendsgiving. Brian out.
O'Brien, welcome to the BeaconNet. We're here every Wednesday and Sunday night, 10 o'clock. Early check-in start at 9:30. And come back and join us. I see you were coming in through the 015. It was working very well for you tonight. It's a little bit quiet, maybe choke up on the mic. But other than that, man, you have a great Thanksgiving and a happy Friendsgiving tonight. Brian's the bottom of my list. This is the BeaconNet. You're listening to W8WKY repeater. I'm KD8SLG, and I'm listening. Send me some check-ins.
Kilo Charlie 8, love your God. KC8LYG. Good evening, Nick.
K4OG,
Quebec. This is Kilo Juliet 5, Bravo Whiskey Bravo. Kilo Juliet 5, Bravo Whiskey Bravo. Willie in Belton.
VY1MGS, Michael in Whitehorse, Yukon. Greetings all.
All right, looks like I got it. We picked up KC8LYG. Rick got you in there. K5OUG. Charles, I heard you in there. Somebody was doubling with you, though. We're going to circle back and see if they got in or not. KJWB, Willie in Belton, Texas. W8TD, John, you're really broken up, but I pulled you out of there. And Yukon Mike, VY1MGS. Good to hear you, Yukon Mike. We're looking forward to a weather report from you up there. I missed somebody in that group. Who was it? Go ahead.
Kilowatt Delta 8, Sierra, Quebec.
KD8SQ. KD8SQ. I got you in there.
Going for a
Jim.
recheck.
All right, looks like a couple people were keying up there with me. KDSQ, Jim, I got you in there, and K4OG, I saw you key up. OG, go ahead.
All right, let me see if I got it, Nick. Okay, I think I got it. Yeah, that was me keying up. Sorry, buddy. Difficult on the DV switch. Anyway, I want to say congratulations to Oklahoma with that victory over Alabama. And if Alabama can't get an SEC championship, beating Auburn Saturday will be, that'll be just as good. Nick, I was going to try and get a laugh out of you. If not a laugh, a smile from you and Audrey, so here I go. Why did the cranberries turn red? They saw the turkey dressing. K4OG back to net.
W8WKY.
K4OG, KDSLG, thanks for that, Mark. Do not tell that joke to Tom, please. K4OG, have a great Thanksgiving tomorrow, buddy, and happy Friendsgiving tonight. We're going to clear with K4OG. Let's talk to Rick. KC8LYG, KDSLG, happy Friendsgiving. How you doing tonight?
KD8FLG. This is KC8LYG. Very good. And how are you doing this evening? And I hope everyone's having a happy Friendsgiving tonight. I've been listening for a while. Sounds like a lot of activity. I love to hear it. I was a little busy in the kitchen. I just pulled my bird out of the oven, cut it all up, got it in a nice pan to reheat tomorrow. There's a few things I do the night before that really help out for oven space tomorrow. And I tried the deviled eggs out too, and they're tasting pretty good. So I'm kind of picking at the pot here a little bit, but that's the fun about cooking it early. But getting ready for the big dinner tomorrow. Hopefully everyone else is, and they're going to enjoy some family time. With that, I'm going to give it back to you, Nick. You're doing a great job as always. This is KC8LYG. I'll be clear and back to net. 73s.
KC8LYG. Good planning, man. Save that oven space for tomorrow. Have a great Thanksgiving. And thanks for stopping by on the Friendsgiving edition of the Beacon Net tonight. Let's go out to Tulsa. Pick up Charles. K5OUG KD8SLG. Happy Friendsgiving, Charles. What do you got for us tonight? Wow. I'm pretty sure that was Charles in there. We'll give him one more try. K5OUG KD8SLG. All right, nothing heard. Let's move on to Willie in Belton. KJ5BWB, KD8SLG. Happy Friendsgiving there, Willie. How you doing tonight? What do you got for us?
Well, good evening to the Beacon Net and everybody listening from Kilo Juliet 5, Bravo Whiskey Bravo. 'Tis Willie in Belton. Just got off work. I'm getting things situated here at the house. I just cut the radio on and was in time for the net. I just heard it just in time for the second round of check-ins. So, couple of things though. Just keep the dad jokes coming. I got plenty of room to store all of them, and I do hope everyone has a happy Thanksgiving. Just beware of that tryptophan. You'll be passed out on the couch in no time with too much turkey. Hi. If that's the worst thing that happens tomorrow, I'll take it. And if you're participating in Black Friday, stay safe. And even Cyber Monday, if y'all are shopping online, stay safe there as well. So, anyways, that being said, just wanted to say hello and happy Thanksgiving to everyone. So I'll send it back to you. KJ5BWB 73s.
KJ5BWB, words of wisdom. I picked up Black Friday. Yeah, Good Friday stuff. Yeah, wrong season. Black Friday stuff this morning. Had them put it in the back of my car and drove away. So much better than fighting the crowds, that's for sure. Well, you have a great night. Happy Friendsgiving. Have a great Thanksgiving tomorrow, man. We're going to clear with KJ5BWB. See what John's up to in Wadsworth. W8TD KD8SLG. Go, John. W8TD KD8SLG. You there, John? Okay, nothing heard there. Let's go out and talk to Yukon Mike. My goodness, I'm anxious to hear, man. What's going on up in the Yukon? VY1 MGS KD8SLG. Happy Friendsgiving. Tell us about the Yukon, Mike.
VY1 MGS returning. Well, greetings, everyone. Yukon Mike is stuck in the night.
Darkness has overtaken most things. So a very slender window of, well, sun if we can see it. It's been overcast a little bit. Hoping for clear skies on Saturday. It's minus 14, 15 degrees Charlie right now. It's about 5 degrees Foxtrot, a bit chilly. The wind has let up a little bit, and that was nice as well. It's snowing lightly. Got a little maintenance helicopter trip coming up on Friday if the weather allows. That's a work trip for a small work trip for a company we're contracting to. And one of our main repeaters, not for the city here, but for the wide area, seems like it's having difficulties. So it'd be nice to visit it, but it's probably encased in snow right now. So it seems it might work if it's sunny out. So maybe that's a power problem. We'll see what that brings. Things are pretty good otherwise. Lots of things on the go, lots of deadlines. Looking forward to things settling down a little bit as it moves a bit closer to end of the year here. Well, thanks for taking my check-in. How's Nick doing? How's Nick doing today? And back to you from Victor Yankee 1 Mike Golf Sierra 73, everyone.
BY1MGS KD8SLG. Mike, thanks for joining us on Friendsgiving. And interesting weather you're having up there, a little sliver of sun every day. That sounds depressing. And the world is my oyster, Mike. The world is my oyster. Having a great time tonight on the Friendsgiving edition of the Beacon Net. You take care of yourself up there, man, and be looking forward to hearing you next time here on the Beacon Net. We're going to clear with the VY1MGS Yukon Mike, and let's check in with Jim in Marshallville. KD8SQ, KD8SLG. Happy Friendsgiving, Jim. How you doing? And what do you got for us?
Good evening, Nick, and everybody on the net. Happy Friendsgiving. Had to jump in here and say howdy. Hope everybody has a good Thanksgiving. One of the odd things about around here is I had a slew of turkeys born on the property here this summer, and we actually had 14 to 15 of them running around the property all summer. And you know what? I haven't seen a one of them here in the last 3 weeks. I think they headed for the hills. But, anyhow, I was talking to somebody the other day about turkeys, and the guy asked me, he says, do you know what side of the turkey has the most feathers? And I pondered for a minute, and I said, right side, left side, top side, bottom side? He said, nope, the outside. And with that, I'll turn it back to Nick.
W8WKY.
Oh, the hits just keep on coming, Jim, on the outside. Yeah, you got to wonder where they all flocked to just in time, huh? It's like they have some sixth sense. Jim, great talking to you. Have a great Friendsgiving tonight and a better Thanksgiving tomorrow. We're going to clear with KD8SQ. He's the bottom of the list. The woods are lovely, dark and deep, but I have promises to keep, and miles to go before I sleep, and miles to go before I sleep. I'm sure there's people out there, but I'm making last call. This is KD8SLG, last call for the Friendsgiving edition of the Beacon Net. Go.
Delta Papa KC8HDP, Jerry in Shreve, Ohio.
KB8LJ, in and out.
KD8SLG, KE8, I already ate too much. MMY, why? Because we like you.
All right, we picked up 3 there. KC8HDP, Jerry got you in there. KB8LJ, activating couch beds on the air, I bet. He was in and out. Thanks, Charles. Thanks, Chuck. I'll hear you in the morning, I bet. And my tail gunner tonight is going to be KE8MMY. Why? Because we like you, Chris. Let's see what Jerry's up to. KC8HDP, this is KD8SLG. Happy Friendsgiving. What do you got for us tonight, Jerry?
Well, happy Friendsgiving to everyone, and thanks for doing the net this evening, Nick. A lot of fun listening to it. Earlier this evening, I had Szechuan chicken for dinner from a local restaurant here. It's fabulous, but I had a net. I was net control of a net earlier, and my tongue was it wasn't working properly. I really had to make it work from the seasoning of the Szechuan chicken. But I don't think I'll do that again before a net. Earlier in the net, they were talking about give someone a reason to smile today. Every time I do that, people just laugh at me. Anyway, want to wish everyone a great Thanksgiving weekend, and stay safe and enjoy family, friends, and good food. So don't have anything else, so I'll send things back to you, Nick. KD8SLG and the Beacon Net from KC8HDP 73, everyone.
KC8HDP, KD8SLG. Jerry, I was there. I didn't notice your tongue slipping at all, no matter how much it was sizzling. Thanks for stopping by tonight, Jerry. Good to hear you. Happy Friendsgiving, and have a better Thanksgiving tomorrow, man. Enjoy your time. We're going to clear with KC8HDP. Chris, I told you you're my tail gunner, so you're going to be my tail gunner. But before I get to you, we got to talk to Lucy. KE8YUK, KD8SLG. Go, Lucy.
KD8SLG in the net. Hi, everybody. I hadn't realized I was on the list not to be called. I forgot that this is a whole different setup, and I was super distracted looking at old Flash games. I was pretty internet restricted growing up, and then I went to an online high school all 4 years, which was great. I think it was really good for me. I was around my siblings and my family still, so that was really great for me. But the point is, I got more internet, and so I spent way more of my time playing games than my mom will ever know, and now I'm refinding them, so that's what I've been up to. Thanks for having the net, Nick. Thanks for pulling me out. Well, no, I guess Dustin did today at the Boredom Breaker. Hi, Alan. I see in the blue screen that Josh has pulled up. But yeah, thanks for doing everything on this busy night. I hope everybody stays safe, driving and traveling and eating. Don't eat too much. Don't eat too little. Tell the people you love that you love them. Tell the people that you don't like, Happy Thanksgiving. Anyway, I hope everybody has a great Thanksgiving and a great general holiday season. And, that's pretty much it. So I'll pass it back to you, Nick. Good night, everybody. God bless.
K8YUK, KD8SLG. I always kind of took you as a closet gamer. And happy Thanksgiving. Thanks for being here tonight, Lucy. I hope you guys have a great day tomorrow. Drive safe. I believe you're going to Michigan. So take care of that precious cargo, and watch out for all those Sunday drivers who are going to be out on a Thursday and Friday. We're going to clear with K8YUK, and we're going down to the tail gunner. Uh-oh. What does Chris have for us tonight, I wonder? KE8MMY, KD8SLG. Happy Friendsgiving there, Chris. What do you got for the group?
KD8SLG. Don't be freaking. It's Deacon, Beacon speaking. Wrapping up Wild Turkey Wednesday. And I will certainly be your tail gunner, mostly because there's a particular part of the turkey that many people overlook, but it's tender, it's juicy, and it's the hottest piece of turkey that I will get all year. So there you go. Thank you for hosting Friendsgiving 2024, and we'll look forward to seeing you on Sunday. KE8MMY 73.
KE8MMY, KD8SLG. Fine business, Chris. And yeah, I do. I think Sunday is going to be a good time. Look forward to seeing you there, man. Let me drop this for a second. Chris was the tail gunner. I only do one last call. Dustin. And I'd like to thank everybody who joined me tonight for the Friendsgiving edition of the Beacon Net. We did 47 check-ins. That's not a bad evening's work, I'll tell you that. We'll be back Sunday night, or at least someone will be, right here at 10 o'clock. Early check-ins start at 9:30. Once again, thanks everybody for joining me tonight on Friendsgiving. And do have a great Thanksgiving tomorrow, no matter what Lucy says that means. I'm going to close the net. It's 11:02. That's 4:02 UTC. Everyone, have a great one. This net is secure. This is KD8SLG returning the repeater to customary amateur use. Make use of it tonight, folks. This is KD8SLG. Clear.
Okay, Seth QE, I was going to ask, how many feathers does the turkey have? Okay, Seth QV.
Good net, Eric. Thanks again. Eric. Nick, 73 NU5D.
This is KA8LYJ. Everybody feast disgracefully tomorrow. 73.
Well, KSFQ you all do. I was going to ask, how many feathers does a turkey have? KSFQV.
W8WKY.
I'll bite, Mark. How many feathers does a turkey have?
Well, between 5,000 and 6,000. KSFQV.
Now, I need to ask you a question. Have you ever been attacked by a turkey gobbler?
No, just little chickens here at the house. They been recently wanting to attack your feet. Don't know why. KSFQV. That's the only thing. Yeah, you don't want a turkey there. Too big.
I guess I'm 5 or 6 years old. We had a farm in the country, and I remember being in the shed, and turkey come after me. It's real simple on why the chickens peck at your feet. Corns.
That was pretty good, Steve. W8HRF.
Hot Rod Ford. There's, I think W5 or WD5, there's a feller down south of me that operates 75-meter AM Butch down at Lexington, Texas. And Lexington or Gideon's one of the little towns down yonder. Anyhow, HRF, Hot Rod Ford. Good call.
Oh, I like those phonetics. I'm going to remember those. Thanks for that. That's cool. I always remember it by high radio frequency, but I like Hot Rod Forward. That's cool.
Okay, well, I'm going to shut it down, go to bed. It's been fun. 731 and all. NU5D, like a nickel under $5. Bye-bye.
And U5D, W8HR73 Steve, have a wonderful Thanksgiving and fine business, Nick, if you're still listening. Nice work on that ad. W8HRF, I'm clear.
Dip.
Whiskey November 8, Sierra Charlie India.
JF8 AXO.
Yeah, I believe it ended in AXO. Yeah, how's it going? Just heard the Friendsgiving net, and I was doing some stuff though, so I pretty much just listened to the whole thing. But yeah, I was hopping on the radio now and seeing what you guys were up to at this moment.
Well, that's always a good thing. I'm actually new to this time frame. I recently switched my hours from day shift to an afternoon shift, so I'm actually just heading home from work, and it's kind of nice to hear somebody on here.
Yeah, copy that. I used to work second shift, and I like it. Unfortunately, I'm working first right now, and I'm accepting it as a learning opportunity. But yeah, I do like second shift. Yeah, I was just working on some experiments, and so I couldn't really do both at the same time. But now that that's done, I'm on the radio and trying to figure out what I'm going to do now.
Oh, that's a good deal. So what is your idea of first shift?
Did you say what's my ideal first shift?
What hours are you working on first shift?
Usually I work 8 to 2. Sometimes I come in a little earlier at like 6 or something, and so I mean it's not, I guess, the worst hours, but I'm used to getting off maybe between now and 12:30 or something, staying up until you don't need your headlights anymore, sleeping through the morning, and then waking up at like 4 or 5.
I just came off a shift working from 7 to 3, and picking up on afternoon, so it runs 2:30 to 11, which is not bad. I needed a change, and we were short-handed, obviously, so I stepped up and said I'll do it. It's a nice break.
Yeah, I copy that. I say it's not bad, you know. I did do third shift for a little bit, and I suppose I'd rather do first than third. I guess it depends on what the actual job is. If it was something I love doing, I don't really care when I do it. But, yeah, for what I usually do, yeah, I'll take second shift.
And I worked midnight, from midnight to 8 in the morning for about 7 years, and it like killed me. It was a rough shift.
Yeah, I'm not used to getting off at 2, and then having the whole rest of the day, you know, sunny outside whenever it's not winter, and I'm like, man, I feel like I have the day off, even though I've already worked, and, but, yeah, I suppose you get used to it, though.
Dude, that wouldn't be bad. Our normal day shift ends at 3:30, but I work through my lunch so I can leave at 3. And, you know, you still got plenty of time to do what I need to do, and especially in the nice weather. In the cold weather, it really doesn't matter. I just get it in, get it over with. Like the cold.
If it was kind of cutting in and out, you want to try that again?
I say this time of year when it gets cold, it doesn't matter to me what hours I work. As long as I'm inside, I don't do the cold very well. It affects my body hard. So, you know, I go to work, I go home. You know, so as long as I get it in, that's all that matters, I guess.
Yeah, I really hate the cold. Like, I like the snow. I don't want to go roading when I'm camping. I don't want to be delayed and all that. No, I don't like all that hassle. But it could be, you know, I guess, you know, it's not like winter's all year round. And I feel like when there's snow outside, that's the best excuse to play radio.
What do you do for a living, can I ask?
In the kitchen.
I'm a diesel technician for a Mack truck dealership there in Canton.
How is that?
Well, if a young guy came up and asked if I would recommend that for a living, I'd tell him no. You know, as far as what your what many
I don't think that's exactly what my brain's cut out for. I can do it, but there's a lot of unused momentum there, though. You know, if I could do what I think I'd be good at doing, yeah, total synthesis chemistry is what I would like to do. You know, like my version of fun would be, okay, you got to come up with something with this color. It has to be either solid, liquid, gas, has to have this property and some other property, and see what you can do. Or do your best to try to make a molecule that looks like, I mean, like that's my version of fun. So anything with atoms and physics, science, and energy, that's all me. But yeah, unfortunately, right now I work in the kitchen.
Well, there's no shame in that. I mean, we all got to fit in someplace, and if that's where you feel good, then that's where you belong. I'm all right with that.
Well, donate SCI. I guess for me, I like always trying to, I don't want to say the best of myself, but always do the best I can. I always feel like anytime you do something, it's an opportunity to try to do it as best you can. So with food, I'm a picky eater to say the least, and so I wouldn't eat all the food that I make just because I'm a picky eater, but for the most part, I pretty much make food the way I would make it for myself, in the sense where, I just care about everything I try to do, so. And I feel like people are pretty opinionated about what they eat, even we've all gone out to eat and, they ask if everything's fine. You say, yeah, but we all got opinions about something, and so I go, yeah, I just always try to make everything the best that it can. You think that you're expecting what you thought you saw on TV is what I try to provide you in real life.
Well, excuse me, KF8AXO, it seems like you care about what you're doing, and, even working on a truck, I work on that piece of equipment like it belongs to me, and I absolutely do the best job humanly possible, because even though that owner doesn't know that I'm the one that done it, my name's on that job, and I want them to feel good about the experience. If it's food or working on a truck, either way, you have to take pride in what you do.
Yeah, I agree. I definitely do that, and I think part of it kind of comes, I have Asperger's, and that's kind of why I'm really into, science and all that stuff. But some of my hobbies, radio has been one of them, have allowed me to develop, I don't want to say skills, but let's say abilities that may have otherwise not even been needed, and that's been helpful. A good one, here's a great one actually, is 3D printing. I've done FDM and resin printing, but specifically resin printing. It's because the layer at the same time. So FDM will be really quick, but it doesn't matter whether thicker, it's all the same resin. But the more notable thing about resin is you definitely don't want to put it on you. It's a very, species, blah, 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 it's reactive. I would say it's the type that it's at the reactivity where you just barely need to push it over, for example, the UV light. But, that's one of those, you wear gloves and you don't want it on your skin. If you see it on your skin like you see a water droplet, you may have a medical situation on your hand. So that's taught me to, even if I've waited hours and something did not work, now with what is in my hand is not the time to be frustrated and toss or throw stuff or, just kind of fling it in the corner, because all it could take is a drop and, then your immune system starts going, so that taught me patience. Both 3D printing taught me patience, to say the least.
I've never used a 3D printer. I think it's a neat concept. When I first got into this radio ordeal, I bought a 3D printed radio mount for my mobile unit, and I was going to put it in the car. I didn't know how I was going to mount it. I didn't want to really drill holes in the dash or anything. And it was hot outside, but I was parked in the shade in front of the garage, and I went in the house for about maybe an hour, and like I said, I'm in the shade, and when I came out, it had melted to the point where I actually had to disassemble what I could to get the radio out of it. I was so disappointed.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. It sounds like if it melted that it was an FD imprint, probably PL, because out of all the AA FCI. All right, there you go. Yeah, it was probably PL. I want to say the point where it transitioned probably at about 200. I say 200 degrees, but obviously it gets before then. Yeah, that's really interesting. The resin prints though. Those can be nice, but it's definitely the whole protocol for whatever size print, because it's just everything that goes into it. But I've printed little bees. Everything.
Yeah, your transmission is bad, real bad. If we can hang on to another couple of minutes, I'll be home and in the house, and I'll get you up on the mobile unit I have inside the house.
All right, yeah. I actually have my antenna folded on my car, so it may be me. I didn't want to get out while it was raining, and I don't know if there are any places open, but I was going to drive and see if McDonald's was open, and I didn't want to have to get out if it was raining when I got there. So I'm only using like 5 or 10 watts with a fold-down antenna.
W8WKY.
What's your location? Where are you at? What part of town?
I'm in Wayne County. I'm in between Worcester and Orville, and yeah. So usually I can get in no problem. This is my best setup. I do have a setup at the house, but unfortunately that antenna's in the basement.
You're not doing too bad then, because I'm in the city of Green. I'm about 2 miles west of the Akron-Canton Airport. So you're actually hitting in there fairly decent, even for the weather, and only being 5 watts.
Yeah, and to be honest, I didn't even really think that the transmission, I'm getting this repeater a solid 5.9 right now, so I wouldn't be surprised if it'd be 10 over with it up, and that can be pretty common from my locale.
Why don't you give me your call one more time and your name, please?
Yeah, call Whiskey November 8, Charlie, India, just like the word science, and the name here is Walter.
Whiskey, November, 8, Zulu, Charlie, India.
Negative. Sierra, Charlie, India. Just like the word science.
That looks better there. Whiskey, November, 8, Sierra, Charlie, India. Walter.
Roger that. Yep, that's right. Yeah, I had to. It's a vanity call, which actually worked out very well for me. Whiskey November, my initials. Number 8, I happened to have been born in August. And Charlie, because science is pretty much what I'm thinking about if I'm not specifically thinking about something else.
Well, then that worked out pretty nice then. How long have you been a ham?
Yeah, so I got licensed in July. I think it was actually June technically, but after getting my license I think I ended up changing my call sign twice. I think it was a month. Maybe it was a little bit longer. And so the new license says that it started, I believe, on July 7th and 2020. And I got licensed because, I've always been into science, physics, and the concept of radio and stuff. Yeah, throw that in there with the other physics. But, I guess losing their heads during COVID and power going to their, to their head. I was like, just in case something crazy happens, maybe I should have a backup. And so thing, and was like, oh, so you got to get licensed. So I ended up getting licensed. And it was funny because even though, I guess you learn about it in your testing, it didn't really click with me. As soon as I got licensed, I was like, all right, now how do I talk on this long range? And then so 3 months, and then I thought I was just gonna, do a little something just in case, but it pretty much turned into a flow.
Oh, that's pretty cool. I've only been licensed since I think it was April or May of this year. I've had friends obviously been in it for lifetimes and beating on me, and I finally decided, you know what? I enjoy it. Let's just get licensed and let's get this show on the road.
Yeah, copy that. So what's your station? Do you have a general license, and if you VHF, what's your radio? If it's not the same one for VHF.
Well, at this point, I'm only a technician. So I've got two Yaesu FT. I think it's their FT. I can't even say. FTD 500 is what they are. And then I've got a Kenwood. I think it's a TS 590. They're in the house. I just acquired it. And one of my friends, WW8LB, he had lost one of his lifelong friends. He had passed away, and I bought his radio. And obviously, I'm not. I'm working on my general now.
All right, yeah, copy that. Are you an experimental person?
I would say to a degree, yes.
All right, yeah. So our antennas, would you like to would you rather just have something say
close to that. Give me about 3 minutes. Let me get in the house, and I'll get the radio turned on and set up, and I'll holler back at you.
All right, then. Sounds good. Maybe me can't guarantee that it'll be any better when you get in the house. So, W8SCI, I'll be here listening.
All right, we'll give it a try, and if it doesn't work well, maybe we can make other arrangements.
All right, yeah, sounds good. I might put my antenna up here though, and it'll probably fix it. I thought it was raining more than it actually is.
And it's raining cats and dogs over here. It has been for the last couple hours anyway. So just give me a couple minutes and I'll holler back to you.
All right, sounds good.
KE8QFT.
QFT, go ahead.
Hey, Walter, how you doing? Uncle Fred here. I hadn't heard you for quite a while. Over.
Oh my goodness, how have you been? Yeah, it's been a long time. It has been a long time. Oh man, had some ups and downs, but doing great right now. How have you been?
My second wife. Other than that, everything's okay. Retired. Over.
Yeah, copy that. I didn't really do too much today, but I did get some experimenting done. I did finish a project that I basically postponed for over a week, mostly just due to procrastination. Got a couple of learning experiences in, and I'm trying to figure out how I'm going. I feel like I'm back at the drawing table because I did some experiments, had some failures. Of course, you learn from them, but not anticipated failures, so that was less than amusing. But learned from them and trying to figure out what I can do better next time. I've been messing with high voltage capacitors, something reasonable, something higher than you would normally find in, let's say, a microwave oven or something.
Yeah, so they go boom on you?
Thankfully, it wasn't, no, but, yeah, pops were involved, but all things considered, it wasn't like an electrolytic cap blowing, no, it wasn't anything like that. Thankfully, it just punched through the plastic material, but unfortunately, standalone, it may not be hard to repair, but, the thing that was different with this particular run was that I immersed it in oil. Yeah, I had actually a lot of fun. Although there was recorded, I would say probably at least a good 40 seconds would have had to have been muted.
Okay, Walter, thanks for coming back to me. I'm getting ready to go to bed now. I know you're waiting for that other fella to come back. And so I'll say 73 for now. I'll be clear on your final. Over. KE8QFT.
All right, then. Sounds good, Uncle Fred. I just put my antenna up, so hopefully it sounds better. Well, nice talking to you, Fred. I was just thinking about you the other day, so maybe we'll try to find a time, a regular time, and we can chat. So, W8SCI, I'll be back on the side, going through the drive-thru.
KF8AXO, WN8SCI.
Yeah, W8SCI. Yep. So this, hopefully this sounds better. I'm still running the same amount of power, but I have my antenna in the upright position.
100% copy. It's 100% better.
Yeah, I love this antenna. The radio that I'm talking on now is a 5100, and I'm obviously, or not so obviously, mobile. And then the antenna is a Comet 7900, and I must say that antenna is wonderful. I used to have one of the 38-inch whips that, come with, some of the entry-level radios, and it worked all right, but for the amount of time that I spend in my car, and in the case that, something happens, you gotta get up and go, that's why this was actually the first, at one point, the only radio that I had was this one, and it was in my car. So if I wanted to do HF, I had to come out to my car to do HF, and hold on, sorry, I had to make that turn. But yeah, so I was like, I need to get a good antenna. This is going to be kind of my main station. So tried to see what the largest one was, and saw it was this one. It was like 62-inch, and I go, oh man, people are going to be looking at that. And I was like, well, I can't say what I said, but on the radio. But I was like, let's do it. And so yeah, I got two antennas on the car. One of them's HF, the other one is VHF UHF, and I don't know. I feel like my car is recognizable, but I really don't know how much people notice it.
Copy that. Yeah, I made sure they know who I am. I just, for the first time in my life, I got vanity plates with my call sign, the amateur radio plate. I had vinyl lettering made up. It's in the back windows. And then I think my antenna is, I want to tell you that it's 62 inches. It actually mounts on the trunk lid. I like it better than the mag mount. Those were diamonds. I got all my antennas from DX Engineering there at Summit Auto Racing. So this radio that I'm using, the mobile unit, it's a Yaesu FTM 500D, and then the home unit that I just purchased is the Kenwood TS 590.
Now, is that 590, is that all band, all mode, or is that only VHF, or is that only HF? Because I hear it. I know the TS2000 is all band, all mode, but I don't know about the 590.
I believe it's all band, all mode, from what I'm to understand.
Yeah. Well, I guess when I say all band, I mean like VHF, UHF, and HF. Is that what it does?
To my knowledge, I believe so. Like I said, my buddy WW8LB, he runs the same thing, and I know that he's up on 160. He's all over, and and he said that's the radio that I needed. So I have not. The guy bought it, and he got sick. It was only plugged in for a couple of months before he became paralyzed, and then it wasn't no time after that he died. So it has no use on it whatsoever, and I've never plugged it in. I don't have an antenna for it, and I'm not licensed. So it's going to be a gift to myself once I get that license.
Yeah, copy that. Well, yeah, you'll definitely enjoy HF for sure. Yeah, when it comes to the Kenwood radios, I've never really been a huge fan. I wouldn't turn one down if someone was like, I got an extra one. But I do really like that TS 480HX. I would not mind getting that 200 watt mobile. I always think to myself, you know, that the 480 has either the model with 200 watts or the internal tuner, and I would not mind picking up that 200 watt version.
Well, had I known, there was a power supply and an amp and everything for this radio. Like I said, the guy had been in it, you know, since the late 50s. But I didn't know that they were selling it, and I didn't want to overstep my bounds. You know how something like that goes. But the radio became an option, so I figured, well, I can start with the radio, and we have some big changes coming in our lives here pretty soon. So it's just less that I have to move. But yeah, I want to get it set up. My friend talks very highly of the Kenwoods. I would have rather stayed with the Yaesus all the way around, but I don't know. Like I said, he's used that Kenwood for years. So and he was a heavy smoker, and it held up all this time. So it should do me well. KF8AXO.
W8WKY.
W8SCI. Yeah, well, I must say first, don't ever think that you can only play on one team when it comes to having radios. I definitely got ICOM and Yaesu radios, and I definitely do not discriminate when it comes to buying them. For me, I go, is this radio unique in its own way? I mean, obviously none of them are the same per se, but you know, if something offers something very kind of niche, then I'm like, you know what? I can value that, and so I've definitely picked up Yaesu and ICOM radios. In fact, I would go so far as to say, whenever you do HF, if you do a lot of listening or maybe just normal rag chewing and stuff, I think Yaesu may be what you're looking for, because Yaesu has great noise filtering, and I feel like the sound of it is like, you know, sitting in front of a fireplace. It's nice and warm and sounds good. If you're really into call and CQ and stuff, I would recommend going with ICOM, because ICOM you can voice beacon transmit, which you cannot do with Yaesu. You got to hit the button every time. So the fact that you can call CQ for 10 minutes at a time definitely makes calling CQ more attractive. And in fact, I actually got a Yaesu radio and enjoy it, but I ended up having to get a 7300 because when I want to call CQ, I don't want to have to hit the button every time. And so yeah, both teams got great things to offer.
Well, I started out this venture. We went to our first Ham Fest, and I think it was May. Let me look at this license. April 17th was the day of the show that we started selling his friend's radio stuff off. So I've been looking and watching and listening and talking, and Yazoo kept coming up in the topic as being a good radio. Not knowing anything, as they talked, I would ask questions. I like this 500D. The only and I've not spent any time trying to program it because it is just a nightmare. When Lee was in my buddy Lee, he's moved to Columbus, but when he was in town, we would talk in the mornings when I on my way to work and then on the way home to help me become more comfortable with being on the air. And so it's been real easy to go in there and change settings. It's been a good radio. The programming, now that's going to be a different story, but once I get my license, then I stop moving forward and I perfect operating these radios. KF8AXO.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot of fun. For me, I think, having options as far as radios go definitely is pleasurable, but it's really fun with the antennas, and so between center feds and in feds, if you can get some rigid antennas, those are always nice and coherent. But yeah, I actually just put up an antenna today in an area that probably isn't going to get very good signal reports if it even gets out, but I had an extra antenna balun that wasn't being used, in-fed that wasn't being used, had some spare coax, had a radio wasn't being used, so I said, what the heck, I'll set up in-fed and I can listen. The tuner will allow transmitting, but the location is probably the worst one yet. But it's better than nothing. It's definitely worse than everything else that I have, but it's fun and it's part of the hobby, I guess.
Yeah, and I've also come to the conclusion that you can have the best radio equipment in the world, and if you don't have the right antenna set up in the right directions, it does you no good at all. Antennas intrigue me. Like I said, I'm looking for a big move sometime early next year. We're hoping, and I want to start building antennas. That's basically where it's at.
Yeah, I 100% agree, and I do love messing with antennas. I would say my standard main antenna is a fan dipole at the house. It's up at about 18 feet. Does 80, 40, and 20, and with a tuner, I can pretty much do 80 through 10.
Intrigued with
my second biggest, I shouldn't say biggest, but most significant antenna is actually one I just recently put up, which is a in-fed half-wave for 60 meters. So that filled in a solid gap that the fan dipole did not take care of. I could not tune 60 meters on that dipole. And then I have a vertical right now that's resonant on 12. But unfortunately, even though it's resonant, the dipole, which is not resonant on 12, still just outperforms it because it's 18 feet up. Yeah, I'm all for antenna experimenting. Are you moving like somewhere still in the area?
Negative. I've got family that lives in southeast Missouri.
Oh, okay. So, are you pretty much you're making your plans for setting up your main station in Missouri?
Yes.
All right then. Yeah. Do you still plan on putting up like a wire antenna of some sort while you're up here? if you get licensed before you go to Missouri?
Yes, that would be the plan, for a couple of different reasons, but being able to get it up and get it down and not having to have any kind of real structure to hang it on outside of the house, yes.
Well, oh man, yeah, I would definitely say, you know, it helps to know the pros and cons of the antennas, and then knowing the pros and cons of them, going, I guess, what do I want to do? Because if you can get one center fed, that's the most efficient. You could do an in fed. Technically, it's not as efficient as a center fed, but it's one of those. Sometimes if all you can do is feed it at the end, then it's definitely better than nothing. And even if you were to have basically a circuit style antenna, such that it has a resistor in the middle somewhere to give you what your radio is looking for, it's still not going to, I mean, you're going to be significantly less efficient, but it still works better than nothing. And so I would say, yeah, sometimes the only antenna you may put up may not be impressive, may result in some chuckles, but if it's the only thing that you can do, then of course it makes every contact that much more valuable.
Yeah, I agree with you 100% there. And like I said, I've got books, and I'm not building antennas today, but I've got books where I can read and just get ideas of the theory behind it and how it all works and how it all ties together. Like I said, my main concern right now is getting that general, and then I can relax a little bit. And then, like I said, go back and I don't know how much programming I'm going to do. And, you know, I mean, you have your normal frequencies. But if I go down, if I make it to Missouri, then those are going to be irrelevant on 2 meters. So, you know, that's not top priority right now. But the antennas and getting my big rig up and running, that's going to be the deal.
Yeah, copy that. Well, it wouldn't be a total loss if you were to try to do some of the frequencies now, just because at least when you get there, you'll know how to do it and you'll be able to set it up quicker. Yeah, I definitely know that EAC radios are not the funnest, the most fun to program, I should say, but after you do it a time or two, you know, as long as you don't try to rush to get through the misery, I can tell you right now, if I had to go and program something in my FTM 400, it would take me a minute to succeed. But then I would remember it long enough, or enough of it will come back that I could probably do a few repairs right back to back and not be too much trouble. So I say practice makes perfect, but there are still some things that I hate practicing.
Right, and like I say, once you get the idea down of what you have to do to get it programmed, then it'd be okay. And I know this sounds kind of strange, but because I was only talking to basically Lee and a couple other guys locally here on one of 2 different frequencies, I really didn't have to do that. With this 500D, I can monitor 2 different frequencies at one time, and if say I'm on 180 and you call in on 390, all I got to do is push one button and you're there. So I can flip back and forth. Programming wasn't a top priority. Becoming at ease, being on the radio and just calling out CQ to see if somebody would respond, that built my confidence level, I guess. So I'm okay with that. Now, when I get that general ticket, then it's on. Then we're going to town. KF8AXO.
Whiskey November 8, Sierra Charlie India. Yeah, copy that. I know. The 7100, which is what I have in my car, was the first radio that was the first big boy, serious, has a main knob radio that I got. And I didn't know how fortunate I was that I happened to get this for the car. I did do some, research, because I was like, well, right now I can do, VHF, UHF, and I'd had a couple other radios before this, but I was like, I need something solid. And so I was like, what do I want to get for the car? And it was kind of between this, and at the time, and I really couldn't fathom this. Now I look back and go, this is the clear choice. At the time, though, I don't think I would have been able to fathom how unergonomic it would have been to run with the 991A, which I eventually ended up getting, for a car radio, just because it has a tuner. Because when you do HF mobile, you're not going to have a resonant antenna, most likely, and so you'll need a tuner. And the 7100 does not have that, but I'm glad I got it, though, because the tuner ended up not being that big of a deal. But I can pre-record a message and call CQ, and I can call CQ for a few minutes. I don't have to, if I'm driving, I don't have to keep keying down the mic. I can do one thing and go, and it definitely helps with calling CQ on HF as well.
And you're doing that through the radio? The radio itself does that automatically?
Yes. So the 7100 actually was an amazing choice because separately from that, because I drive around, I don't go to a lot of crazy far different places, but if I did, I would be even more spoiled because there's a Bluetooth accessory you can get for the 7100 if you use the repeater book app, which I would recommend if you haven't already found out what that's about. That's so you can find nearby repeaters and has all their info. But they actually have a device that will Bluetooth with your phone, so when you pull up the repeater book app, it shows you all the repeaters, especially with your GPS on. It'll show you, and it'll list them distance from closest to furthest. And basically, instead of having to set the frequency, set the offset, set the tone, you can literally click it, and it automatically sets your radio for that repeater. I could call out my call sign on 10 repeaters in 10 seconds. Whiskey November 8 Sierra Charlie India. AXO, are you still there?
Yeah, copy that. I was talking to the wife there for a second. So that is built into the radio, if I've got that right?
So the voice keyer is built in to the 7100, but more specifically, the Yaesu radios, I don't believe like the mobile Yaesu radios have them. So the FTM series, I don't believe have them. But like the base rigs, the HF radios, most of the HF radios, you can put an SD card in and record a message, and then you can play that message, and it will transmit it when you play the message. ICOM has it to where you can hit the button to play the message once and transmit it. If you long press the button, it will periodically transmit that message for 10 minutes at a time. And you can choose how much time in between, like when you get done transmitting, how long it receives before it transmits again. And that is very appealing because 7300 is not that big of a radio. You could take that to the park. I've taken it to a park, you know, but even at the house, or with the case of 7100 in the car, I mean, you can literally call CQ while you're doing something else. I've been at a park, called CQ, been on a swinging, and when I hear somebody come back, jump off the swing and go make the contact. So it definitely can free you up, you know.
Well, that's definitely got my mind intrigued. Now, these 500s, it does have a SIMS card on a slot for the SIMS card, but I think that's primarily for programming. So whereas I've got the software, I bought the software, it's like a spreadsheet. You program everything online there, put it on the card, put it in the radio faceplate there, and run off of that through your memory. And I think that's all it's for. I said I've not done a lot of reading on it, but I believe that that's the end of it. But that sounds like a really neat idea.
Yes, it is definitely a very nice feature, and I found it through, being inquisitive. I hit it and I was like, I've noticed that some of these things have long press features, so I did it with that and my mind was blown. I was like, this is a game changer. It was like going from not industrial revolution to industrial revolution, kind of. And because I was like, man, do I really want to have to key up the mic and say the same thing over and over and over? I mean, you can't do anything else when you happen to monitor and reserve the frequency by keeping it active, kind of, you know. So yeah, as far as the mobile rigs, those are pretty much for programming, stuff like that. I know the FTM 400 does it. The later version handhelds from Yaesu have picture messaging. That radio that you have may have picture messaging, and if you have the camera microphone that Yaesu sells, you can take pictures and send pictures through that radio and with some other radios. And you'll probably need an SD card to save pictures. And I also don't know if that radio has built-in GPS, but if it does, then probably some options or settings related to APRS are also probably handled through the SD card as well.
Okay, as far as the GPS goes, it is not on the radio. However, these faceplates are removable, so you can mount the body of the radio somewhere, and it comes with a pretty long cord where you can mount the faceplate wherever you want. On the back side of that faceplate, there is a spot there, excuse me, to mount GPS. It's an add-on option there. But I do know that you can put GPS to these radios on the 500s.
Yeah, copy that. I wasn't sure because I don't have I guess I have a handful of Yaesu radios. I shouldn't say I have a lot. But I know the FTM 400 does have the GPS internally, and I've never used the SD card in it. I've always been a big proponent of embracing how to program the radio without an SD card. Of course, something happens and, network goes down, blah, blah, blah. If we are pushed all the way back to radios, we do probably have other bigger problems on our hands. The likelihood of just never having a computer, who knows? But I like to know that if I only have the radio, I'm not, restricted to not being able to make a memory, because I don't know, sometimes it's handy, but it's one of those things where since you don't regularly do that, it's not one of the memories or processes that you most easily remember. 7100 is a pretty easy process, but I'd have to, I would move slowly at first to make sure I don't overwrite one of my old memories.
You're exactly right, and they kind of, I wasn't shoved into buying that software, but at the time they made it seem pretty appealing. But like you just said, I would rather know that I can program that radio manually just in case. Who knows? Maybe I'm traveling someplace and somebody says, well, hey, this frequency here is pretty active. You know, try it out. I can put it in and everything would be fine and not have to panic while I did it or think, well, I'll write it down and do it when I get home, you know. So, yes, I want, and that's what I said earlier. I want this general license, and then I slow down and I go back from the beginning and I learn these radios inside and out, the Q codes, and you know, start from the bottom and work I want to be a very effective, very efficient radio operator is what I'm looking for. QFO, I just screwed all up again. KF8AXO.
AA8SCI. Yeah, copy that. Yeah, my only comment is, you know, I don't know how much HF you've listened to or what type of radio activities you've done, but I think once you gain some experience, especially by yourself and not during an event, you'll kind of see how the radio community is, because when I hear you say an efficient, effective operator, a lot of radio is you know, just casual conversation, you know, and you know, people understand kind of what goes into, you know, propagation and the antennas. I mean, you got your people that really love the science and everything down to the atom. And then you got people that just kind of want to have a way to communicate, you know, and, you know, there's a wide spectrum. And I guess what I'm saying is, I have found that radio is one of those things where I don't know how hard the tests were for you, but by being around it and exposure will make the test so much easier, because I look back at the notes that I took that I saw that, I mean, they are, when you're taking a test, they are important. But when I look back at them now, I'm like, these are no-brainers. I can't believe I wrote this down. But at the time, you're like, I can't distinguish one of these facts from the other than the fact that they're the exact same thing. And, you know, one of them will be like, which of these frequencies is not in the extra portion of the band? And it'll be like 14.1 something, 14.1 something, 14.2, 14, and you're like, these all look like normal numbers. But then once you've been licensed for a while, you're like, oh, this is obvious. So, yeah, definitely exposure will help you, and yeah, I guess I'll say that much. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that 100%. And this is going to sound kind of funny, but I have no exposure whatsoever outside of picking this radio up and talking myself. I mean, there's nobody. Like I said, my friend has moved to Columbus. I belong to a radio club there in Maslin, but it I hate to say this, but it's not exactly what I was hoping it would be. Good people, real good people, but I was hoping, you know, maybe you'd sit down and go over technical items to learn and grow, I guess, and that's just not what it is. So the exposure is a big part of it, and I lack 100%.
Yeah, copy that. Well, That's what well, it's funny that you said that because that's what I was referring to, you know, like whenever you say that you want to be an effective, efficient, I think all of that is going to come with experience because there will be little things that you're like, these are constant problems, and then you'll find the little solutions, and then implementing those solutions going forward are what make you efficient and effective. But sometimes, you know, the solution is found by finding the problem and, you know, or by handling something you've never had before. We'll also say that calling being a recipient of a transmission is definitely can be different than being the initiator of the conversation because, yeah, you know, if you're the initiator, you may have a bunch of people talking to you, and you can obviously hear all of them. As the listener, you may only hear the guy talking and nobody else. Yeah, I mean, it's a whole different thing. It's wild, and I'm really excited for you. You know, I just don't want you to get too excited and then get deflated. But I think if you don't look too hard, but you keep your eyes open, you'll find a lot to be enthralled by.
Yeah, and I'm not burning myself out about it. I'm working at a good pace. When I've got a few extra minutes here and there, I read through the books. I've got an online class that I'm taking. I've got the book from ARRL. I'm getting there. It's just a process. You know, it's life. There's a lot going on in life, and I can only do so much at one time.
Yeah, copy that. I understand. I consider myself a pretty intense mental person. I love thinking. I love contemplating. I love having all the numbers and symbols swirl around in my head. So this is right up my way, and I love understanding and then also discovering through thought experiments, really.
Yeah, I like the challenge, and basically for me, hands-on is probably the best thing there is. When I started talking to WW8LB about this years ago, he was showing me his QSO cards, and he had showed me two from the ISS where he had made contacts, obviously, and I thought, man, that would be just so cool. So, being new again. I'm out visiting my family. I had a day to myself, and I was out on the road and listening to the national call. And I hear this guy come over the radio and said, yeah, I just passed you at 43,000 feet. And I'm thinking, I can't hear who he's talking to, but I can hear him. And I thought, what is going on here, you know? And next thing you know, he's asking for call-in. So I hit the mic, and I got him. He's at 43,000 feet in the air. It's some kind of it has to be a commercial aircraft. I'm in Missouri. He's over somewhere in Nashville, I think he said, and they were landing in Mobile, Alabama. So I talked to this aircraft at 43,000 feet in the air, and man, I'm just exploding inside. I am just so tickled that I can't see straight. I had to pull over to call somebody just to tell them what I just did, you know. Yeah, so it's a great feeling to be able to do that. And I know it's going to sound kind of crazy, but I did it on my own with no guidance, just for what I've learned, you know, myself. So I felt like I accomplished something there. KF8 AXO.
SCI. Well, you know, I am very happy. I am very happy to hear you talk about your experiences the way that you talk talk about them because I feel like a lot of people don't get excited about things anymore, and I unfortunately have learned to, when I start getting excited about something, my first initial thing is to go, I have to go share this with somebody, and go, if I have a phrase that I guess I've coined, and the more you know, the more you can appreciate. And I guess my kind of, I don't want to say my number one thing, but I feel like what I'm known for is trying to give people some background information and then do a demonstration so you can observe all of those points in action at once. And it's not generally something that you would normally observe, for example, high voltage something. And, yeah, it's hard trying to find people to share your happiness and appreciate, you know, what you're telling them. But yeah, doing satellite work, we'll say is fun. I did get one of those arrow antennas, you know, to try this out. And I have worked some satellites with the 9700, and that's quite, matter of fact, let me drop it for time real quick. So one time we were at a field day, it was at nighttime, and I had brought in the 9700, I was like, all right, let's see if we can make some contact. So we're outside at night, and we're using a handheld Yagi, like 4 or 5 element Yagi, and we have maps, so we can tell what the trajectory of the satellite is. And so we're looking for it, we got it, we find it, we're cool, and we have to track it. You know, it's moving, so you kind of move the antenna back and forth a little bit to try to, you know, figure out where it's at. And then we realized we can actually see the satellite that we're talking to in the sky because it was reflective enough, and we could see it going across, and sure enough, you know, you could see it go across the horizon, and, you know, once it was passed, but that was actually pretty cool, being able to see the satellite, point the antenna at it, know that people were hearing us. Because of how satellite communications are, I feel like they're very difficult to get a confirmed contact. It's one of those, you talk, ideally you would record it maybe, you talk, say whatever, and then you go back and listen to who you talked to, what people said, and then you log it, because you don't have time to do all that in real time, usually.
Yeah, no, that would be neat. A buddy of mine turned me on to software on Apple, and you can actually point your screen, your camera actually, up in the sky, and it tells you all the different stars and all, and the constellations and all that. But one thing else it'll do, it also identifies the satellites that are up there. It will identify the ISS. So if you were looking in a particular spot in the sky for that satellite, it might help you find it. And I thought, well, that was pretty neat, you know. So I've not done anything like that yet, obviously, but the aircraft, that was cool. Yeah, I've got a long ways to go, but it's going to be a fun journey. I like I said, I got that excited over an airplane. I'm going to get real excited with the ISS or even the Earth again, bouncing it off the moon. There's a lot to do and a lot of room to grow in.
Yeah, the Earth, Moon, Earth, very, I say fun. Haven't done it. Do you enjoy physics and energy and, like, science and stuff like that?
Yeah, I mean, I've not done anything as far as experiments and stuff like that. I've never done it. I enjoy watching, you know, different science programs on TV, but I've never, like I said, I'm here alone. You know, I've never done any of it.
Yeah, I guess for example, what I'm saying is, what I'm about to say may seem relatively arbitrary, but its simplicity or kind of fundamentality is kind of something that's important with radio. And a good example would be like how sound, if you put a speaker under a pillow, certain sounds make it through, for example. It's possible to, for sound to reflect, off surfaces, and also certain sounds reflect, I should say tones, reflect better than others during certain blah, blah, blah. Light prisms, like that type of stuff really comes into effect with radio because it's frequency dependent. And it can also greatly increase your chances of success and reduce the amount of disappointment that you may experience by understanding frequency-dependent behavior because, understanding a good example would be the oil spill phenomena. I always say that's a good example of how the atmosphere can kind of be, and that where the certain colors are where the reflectivity of a certain frequency would be, and that it's kind of like if you were to go point to that and then wherever that incident angle down would be blah blah blah. So yeah, very complex but very kind of predictable to some degree, especially as you go from, let's say, the higher frequencies, especially VHF, UHF, but let's say 10 meters, and then you contrast that with, let's say, 80 meters. But you'll find all of this out once you get your general, as much as I'm telling you, this is hardly a spoiler.
W8WKY.
Yeah, right. And like you said, the possibilities are endless. And I want to work off an antenna. I'm not real into. I mean, digital is interesting, but if it comes crashing down and that's all you're doing is digital, well, you're out of luck. So perfecting the hobby, knowing your antennas, knowing where to go for your satellites, that's what I'm interested in right there.
Yeah, absolutely. And something else to think about, and of course, as you start to learn about radios, antennas, how the propagation, but how the frequencies are, then you can kind of decide, what type of an operator do you want to be. Like, if I could have my way, I would go and do some portable operations with other people that did radio. I've taken, some of my portable radios, go out somewhere and try and set up. But one of the things you'll find is that while it's very satisfying when you make a contact, if you can't do it and it's easy and not too, a pain in the butt, then you're going to be deterred by it. So whatever you do, you don't want it to be deterring. And so I ended up going to a vertical, and that was a game changer when you're doing portable operations, because before then it was like I got to find a point to tie off the wire, a point to tie off the balun, and if it's center fed, then you got to have 3 points. So then I went to end fed, but even then that was basically as high as I can reach because I don't want to get something stuck in a tree that I can't get up in. So I was like, man, I'm not having fun. And I was like, there's got to be what's an antenna that would work if I was in the desert? The best place for an antenna farm. And I go, with no trees. And I go, a vertical. So then I looked into that. You can get a vertical, a telescopic whip, and basically tune that specifically to any frequency. I mean, like an average one will probably do you quarter wave on 20, and then you can do all the bands from 20 all the way up to 2, for example. And then you just adjust the whip offer a 1-to-1, literally 1-to-1 SWR, and I mean, you got an efficient antenna. It is ground mounted. It's obviously not something up in the air, but if you got nothing else, I mean, that is fantastic, and I do get very good reports on it whenever it's out by itself. I say that because right now it's in the midst of a bunch of other metal and antennas, and it doesn't do as wonderful as if it was, you know, the only antenna around.
And that would make sense. And the vertical antenna out where you have open space, not a lot of trees, not a lot of hills, something that seems like that would work out fairly decent.
It works out wonderful because there's no core, there's no ferrite core or balance. By mathematically, you have less copper wire that the electricity has to go through that is not putting it into the air. So that right there helps your efficiency. But I mean, because it's so efficient, especially when you get some radials, you know, I got a pack where it has 8 radials that are all for 20. Because they're for 20 and because of the science, blah, 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 about how they work, it'll work on all the bands below it. All I have to do is adjust that. I can go out wherever, go up on the hill, and I mean, you can operate QRP. QRP is low power. And, I mean, 5 watts, 1 watt, it is so much fun to be out in the open and using a little bit of power make contacts and go, that is efficient use of energy. And, you know, so if you like doing stuff like that, you know, that's a whole nother book with its own chapters of operating.
Yeah, I've looked into the low powers. I've got 2 HT Yaesus, and to be honest, I'm not sure what models they are. The wife and I go out kayaking, and I thought, well, that'd be kind of neat to go to a different location, be out on the water, 5 watts, and make an attempt to make contacts. So I am kind of sort of reaching out there without getting into a big bunch of expense right now. Like I said, with a pending move halfway across the country, I want to keep a minimal amount of stuff like that. But yeah, so I am trying that.
Well, W8SCI. Well, know that the expensive part of the hobby is buying the radios. The second expensive part of the hobby may be the coax, depending on whether you have a tower or not, or towers or not. You know, but if you have even 40-foot piece of coax for when you're out trotting around, just because you never know where you may be or what opportunities you may get, 40 feet of coax. You know, I mean, one of the things I love about radio is that you can make do with very little. I have a kit that I put together that has a 9-to-1 with an alligator clip, and I basically have the coax, goes to a 9-to-1. That 9-to-1 has about a 1-foot piece of wire with an alligator clip on it, and then I can clip that to any piece of metal. My tuner will tune it, and I can use that piece of metal as the antenna.
That's a neat idea there. I guess I never even thought about that. And as far as towers and stuff like that go, I'm not going to get into that until I get a permanent setup there. And like I said, I don't want to drag something like that almost 900 miles. So that's going to have to be put off. But eventually I'll get there. And in the wire fed, I think that's going to be the best idea there is. My buddy used them for years, and he said he's talked all over the world with it. So I know it works.
Yeah, I mean, you know, rigid antennas have I say their benefit, but really, when I say rigid, I just mean mostly straight, opposed to I mean, wires can be straight, you know. I usually associate them with like drooping or both elements not necessarily being on the same axis. But I have a bunch of wire antennas. When I think of wire antenna, I think of I'm going to get an antenna up no matter where I'm at. I just put an antenna up in the stairwell way. Definitely not going to work, but it's in an area where I sometimes am in for a length of time, and because of that I got a spare radio, whatever, I'm going to try it out. And yeah, I mean, I can listen to all the bands, and the tuner will transmit. The particular tuner that I got it's the MAT 705, and it's rated for a 30-to-1 SWR. And I'm not kidding you, I can tune all of 80 meters with like 15 feet of wire. Now, that doesn't mean I'm going to get a good signal out. It just means my radio doesn't know the difference. But mathematically, you know, proportionally, the shorter you are on the wire, the less voluminous your signal will be, and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, man, it's such a great hobby. It's such a great hobby. I love rambling about science and very complicated, complex, small, hair-splitting details because, in my opinion, I guess it's all of those hair-splitting details that when you add them all together make up the reality that we operate and work and live in. And in my mind, understanding reality at the highest definition is the most satisfying feeling ever. So I do my best to try to learn what I can, but, you know, I don't know everything.
W8WKY.
Well, I don't think any of us are going to know it all, no matter how much time we have to do it. You know, the way it changes and the way it grows and the different opportunities that come around. But yeah, as long as you enjoy it and you can grow with it, that's what I want to do. Like I said, I get that general license, and then my next goal is to learn it inside and out. I don't want to be the best, but I want to be efficient with it. You know, I don't want to come on here and make a fool of myself. But I like I said, I got the book there for the antennas, and when I need a break from studying, when I need a break from life, I pull out a book on antennas and look and see the different designs and what's the difference between a quarter wave and a half wave or a 5/8 or a Yagi antenna. I want to know this stuff.
Yeah, it's, you know, after I got licensed, everywhere I look, all I think is, what could we do here for a radio station? If I had to set up right here, if they were like, hey, you want to stay here for, what am I going to do? You know, it's like I go, like some people plant a flag in the ground, I got to plant an antenna. And whenever I'm driving and I see open spaces or like, you know, a house or a building somewhere, I'm just like, man, that would be a good place for antenna. Oh, that would be a great place for a, man, you could put up a 630 meter band antenna out here, you know, but yeah, you know, it's I love that I really assess a lot of things differently after getting into radio.
Yeah, and I understand that you're looking at a space completely different than somebody that's not in the radio, because you're looking to see where you can do this, where you can put that antenna up, how effective would it be in this spot. I mean, that all makes sense. And you know, not being in the radio, the hobby there, and you drive down the road and you see all these antennas on somebody's house, and you kind of think, well, what in the world's going on there? Now you're into it and you start seeing these antennas. I want to know what they are and where he's at on that radio. What frequencies? You know, you look at it differently.
Yeah, absolutely. I remember thinking, before I got into amateur radio, I don't even know if I ever even noticed amateur radio antennas. And I say amateur radio antennas as opposed to TVs because the HF antennas are considerably larger than a TV antenna, and I never paid attention. Now I'm always looking for towers. You know, whenever I'm driving in like residential areas, I'm always if I see a wide antenna, I'm like, what is your call sign, man? You know, or if I see like a tower, I'm like, I wonder if they still use that, or if I were to go up and knock on their door, they'd be like, oh, we haven't used that in 20 years. We don't even have the radio. And I'm like, man, I'll take all of that off your hands, you know, but yeah, you know, and of course, depending on what the situation is, I'll come across people and I gotta be like, any amateur radio operators here? Anybody here do radio? You know, so yeah, it's kind of a cultish thing a little bit.
I had bought a new Apple iPad, and there was an issue with it. So I had to go out to Summit Mall to the Apple store and get this thing straightened out. Well, I don't know if you've ever been to an Apple store or not, but you go in, they greet you and find out what your issue is, and then they send you to a table. And there was an older couple there, and I've got my baseball cap with my call on it, and this woman looked up and she's whispering to her husband. He's a radio guy. He's a radio guy. I'm thinking, what's going on? So she started talking to him, and he spoke up and he says, how long you been on the radio? And it surprised me because people look at it and they don't have a clue. Well, they knew, and he had not been on the radio. He's got Alzheimer's, but they still listen. And we had a real nice conversation, and it was kind of nice to go out in the public and be recognized by my call. So that was pretty cool.
Yeah, I always get a little cheeky whenever people ask me about the antennas on the car. Of course, but I also know, as a person with Asperger's, socially this is a timed event. This is not an interview. So what are the antennas on the car for? I gotta balance this between a one-word answer and all the information they'll ever need. So I go, well, it's amateur radio. The one on top is for close range, and the one on the back is for long range. And let me tell you, I am so proud of myself. I might 3D print myself an award because that is the most unsatisfying answer that I think I would ever really receive personally. Give me as much information as you can give me, and unless I can't interpret any of it, I will take what I find that I think I need as much as I can, you know, because I'm just like, oh man, I really want to get into this, but I don't know if they just want to know whether I'm law enforcement or not, or whether they are genuinely curious as to what is on my car works.
See, I would probably look at them, kind of squint my eyes down a little bit and start looking from side to side, and I'd whisper, you know we're not alone, right?
People go, oh, you talking to aliens with that? It depends. My first nature is to obviously, and it's not intentionally, it's just, you brought up something that I take dear and serious and very whatever. Even though you were only joking, I assumed that you were being serious, and so no, I'm not talking to aliens. This is for amateur radio. Like that's probably how it would happen. And then based off of their reaction, which I've only given basically the title of the book, their reaction will determine whether it's worth even opening.
You're right. I understand that. And the sad part of it is most of them don't even ask you why it's there because they're curious. They just don't understand why they're there. So even if you did tell them that it's amateur radio and then gave them a brief description, they'd nod their head and say, "Oh," and walk away just as lost as they were before they even opened their mouths. That's the sad part. It's a closed mind conversation, and that's the sad part of it.
So I hate being wrong. I really do hate being wrong. But one of the things that comes from hate being wrong is the only way to not be wrong is to not cut corners, especially in theory, in mechanics, in dynamics, stuff like that. You have to consider every single thing counts. And so over time, I guess I've kind of gotten good with jumping to conclusions. People go, "You shouldn't jump to conclusions." I go, "But what if jumping to conclusions saved me time because I was right?" And I go, when you say that they would be lost, just as lost as they were when they first came, I go, that really goes to the first end of the spectrum, which you want to know if I'm law enforcement or not. Because there's nothing that I can actually tell you other than the fact that what I'm telling you has nothing to do with a gun or jail time. You're going to be like, okay, so this guy does not work for the government. That's basically all you are curious about. Because, I mean, if you ask me something and it's disguised as a radio question and I answer it and then that was the only question you had, so you mean to tell me you just randomly had a random radio question? I don't think so.
Yeah, I understand that and agree with that 100%. And it's just like I said, I don't even know why they would waste their time and ask, because they don't really want to know, like you said, unless they want to know if you're law enforcement. Why? Are you doing something you shouldn't be doing? So if they're doing something they're not supposed to be doing and they ask you if you're law enforcement and you happen to be, they've opened a bad door. So why would you even go there? KF8AXO.
SCI. Yeah, I feel like it's crazy because these are only the people that I'm talking about that have said something with their mouth. I'm not even talking about the people that speak with their actions. And it is crazy the looks that some people give me. I feel like at certain times I get certain treatment from certain shifts just because they speculate. And I'm like, this one girl, when she hands my card back to me from the drive-thru, she's like, it would be the equivalent of how a North Korean would behave if you were to ask them about their leader. That's the type of, I'm like, wow. I go, your behavior is so impactful, I should almost address it, but I don't. And yeah, there are people who definitely, they just look at it. I mean, I've had people lean out the window to get the whole picture, and I go, okay, wow. I go, hey, we've all been curious.
Well, I've actually been pretty fortunate. Nobody's ever asked me about my antenna yet, or why it's there. But I know eventually it's going to happen. And like you said, probably short and sweet, and just start walking away from it, because they're not going to understand or care anyways once you tell them what it is. They just they want to know why you have it, and they don't. That's all. I don't have time for that.
You know, Downeast, see, for me, I love learning, and I think the brain, amongst all people, likes the feeling of a concept coming full circle, and now you can conceive it. You know, it likes it likes going from I didn't know, I wasn't aware, I didn't realize, to now I know, I'm aware, oh, I realize this now, and now you don't look at the world the same. And so part of me is like, I feel like I do want to share amateur radio as a hobby. I would like to see other people get into it. And so I don't want to set a bad example. I don't want to sound all deflated about my antennas like I'm not even excited about them. So I definitely do come with some energy, but it's more like Jackie Chan energy. Like, he's cool, he's friendly, he's not you, but I think that if he listened to you speak a few sentences and then you started to make a body movement, he would be ready for an attack. You know, like, with a smile on your face. Like, if you started to get kind of whatever and you took whatever, he's probably not going to lose, and you've already lost the element of surprise. You know, so it's one of those, I'm cool, and if you meet me with, you know, medicine ball hitting the ground energy, I go, I don't want to one-up you, and I'm not trying to necessarily match that. But the conversation's over, and while you're still talking, I could turn away. And I go, but I'm not going to do that. Maybe it's because I'm an amateur radio operator and I'm nice.
Well, I definitely wouldn't shut anybody down. As long as I seen that there was a true interest and they just wasn't wasting my time, yeah, I'll talk as much as I know. I would like to see more people get involved in it, but if they're just pulling strings just to get a reaction, I'm not into that. I don't have time for that.
There's a lot of things that I like and am amused by. I say amused, they interest me. I wouldn't get bored easily by it if it was handled dynamically, you know? I don't want to think about something alphabetically necessarily as much as I may, let's say, in a train of projection of thought. But yeah, I guess I got to take a deep breath because I love the mind, I love language, and I feel like one of a good strength of mine is I'm good at separating emotion from logic, and in my opinion, the average person is not good with that. And the moment that I see emotions start getting interweaved with logic, and the way that you use that rope is load bearing, I go, there may be a problem. You might use it for decoration, but I wouldn't use that for climbing.
Yeah, I agree with you 100% there. Like I said, as long as their inquiries are serious, I'll talk as long as I can. I enjoy it, and you know, like there at the shop, you tell them, well, you're an amateur radio operator. Well, what is that? Is that like CB? Are you on the CB? Did I tell you I was on a CB? It's amateur radio, and they're puzzled.
I had to chuckle when you said that because that is such a relatable dialogue. Oh, what is that? It's amateur radio. Is that like CB? What the? I'm like, I should almost say it's kind of like cell phones because it's electromagnetic, is what I should say. And I go, when you say it's like CB, I should say, well, how is CB? That's what I should do.
I don't know. How is CB? I've never done CB. I've only done amateur radio. How is CB?
Well, the bad part about that is chances are they don't know enough about the CB to come back with an honest answer. They know somebody somewhere down the line, somewhere within 100 years of their ancestry that had a CB, and that's about as far as they know. They're not curious. They just want to know if it's the same thing or not. If you told them what the difference was, they wouldn't understand it.
And if I told them it was the same, they wouldn't know what that means either. It's like, no, you're not, nobody is obligated to know anything. But it comes as a shock to me when people don't value the truth. Like, you could know anything, but why would you not like to know the truth? And, I mean, obviously this is, one might contrast that as to lies, but even when you compare it to lies, a lot of people, they go, if it's the first time they've ever heard anything, they'll probably take it as a truth. You know, if you say something to somebody for the first time, they'll probably be like, they'll accept it. They won't know that they've swallowed it as truth, but it would be an interesting experiment to do. Say something to somebody casually in passing, and then a couple days later have somebody bring up something in conversation that they're a little bit shaky with, and see if that person speaks up and goes, oh, the power grid actually operates at 58 hertz. And they're like, and it's one of those, you heard that somewhere, and you probably don't even know what the frequency was before you heard 58. But it was the first thing that you heard. It sounded right. And so you said it again, and I go, there are certain things that I admit I do that, and that is how the human brain works. You know, is survival means not thinking about every single thing. But I mean, I think most people would say that the atom is roughly the shape of a circle, and even though the average person does not know much about atoms, we used to not always think that atoms were circles, or I should say spheres. You know, so. Man, this is a good conversation. I must say, I'm glad that we have crossed paths, because I like dynamic conversations. I feel like some of the topics are, you know, arrow in the helmet, like that was good. That was a good one.
Yeah, I've enjoyed this conversation as well. The deal with me is that, and you're exactly right. You tell most people in passing that the grass is actually purple. It's a reflection of light and from the sun. And if they never knew it before to be green, they would buy it. The sad part in my mind is that if that was something that you were interested in, I would take that home. Even if I was going to have a busy day, go to work or whatever, I would write that down. And when I got home, I would do my homework and I would study on it to find out if it really was true or not before I would say anything. Because I wouldn't be comfortable repeating that until I knew for sure. So I would do my homework. Unfortunately, most people would just, like you said, walk into a casual conversation, hear something relevant, and then they would repeat it, not knowing true or false. And to me, that's sad.
Yeah, I kind of find it interesting because, you know, when I was in school, teachers never really answered the questions that I had, and yet I feel that the majority of my learning has actually occurred outside of school. I've done a lot of my learning on my own, especially with regards to physics and stuff. Man, when I think about the most important thing that I think out of every year that I was in school, the most important thing that comes to mind is a squared plus b squared equals c squared. The sine, cosine, and tangents and all that stuff. That I remember
that trigonometry was taught to me by our sports and our one of our sports coaches. So that was a big bummer to me because now trigonometry is basically how intellectually you put people in a chokehold in an argument. I don't like making people tap out. But what I hate even more is tapping out myself or being the loser. So, it's like, yeah, in my mind, I hear something, I go, yeah, I just, very rarely do I have to take something and go, I'm going to have to either take it or leave it. Or actually, it's not that. It's one of those, I have to take it because I can't verify it immediately, and I don't know enough litmus tests myself to test this bit of information. So I have to accept it without challenging it. That's the better scenario. I have to accept it without challenging it, even though later I will find out, science and math, that's kind of my thing, and could I be more educated? Of course, but it's the fundamentals that count. And, over to you, Downeast.
Yeah, I don't like getting lost in that conversation either. But if I was there, I would retain what I was being told, and the OCD, I would not let it go, and I would come home and I would do as much research as I possibly could. Now, saying that, if the information that they were putting out there was not correct, I wouldn't confront them. I would just let them continue to do what they're doing, because I don't want to make somebody look bad. But I would do my homework, and I would verify or I would clear that subject matter up in my mind, because I just wouldn't be able to let it go until I knew for sure. On the end where, I couldn't determine if they were telling me the truth or not. KF8AXO.
Yeah, copy that. See, I am on the other end of the spectrum. I feel because God gave me life, and the truth is of utmost importance. Going around misleading people, telling them the truth is why the world is where it's at today. It's because people give the average person is good enough to trust the average person enough to not, one, call them out on something, or two, think that they would lie to you. So the fact that all it takes is a couple of people who know that the majority of people will take the first thing, I won't say the first thing they hear, but what is told to them, especially if it's an isolated something. If it's not related to science or something mathematical, they say there was a bus crash. There's no amount of science to determine whether that bit of information is true or not without knowing some other way whether that happened. And COVID is the prime most example of this. All it was incomplete info, and people felt that they had everything that they needed to know. In fact, they had nowhere near what they needed to know to make rational decisions, and look what happened. When I hear people say stuff that's wrong, hold on, let me drop her timer quick. That strikes the deepest chord in me, and I go, now we've all been wrong before. I've been wrong, and no, I don't like looking bad. So at that point, when I hear something that someone says that's wrong, the first thing I go is this intentional or unintentional? If it's unintentional, I may try to bring closer awareness to it, to where the inaccuracy, if it's unintentional, may be observed. Okay? because whatever. If they are resistant to it, then I will challenge it in a way where they will have to rely on what is wrong, and because it is wrong, it will not stand. They can decide whether they really want to they really want to step into the octagon with that. If they really think, but it won't, and by choosing to do that, they will by default lose. And then the other alternative is they know that what they're saying is wrong, and so obviously I have to call them on it, and at this point, they're probably actually trying to make it seem right, and so at this point we have to actually start doing, I'm going to challenge it as much as I can, especially since I have to fight my battles. If I have someplace to be, I'm not going to, miss bed for an argument, but I may go to bed late, though, depending on what it is. Like, I go, this is a great time to try to help people grow, sometimes I am that person.
Yeah, and you're right. Depending, I guess, on the situation, I'm not going to let somebody stand there and lie to me. If I know that it's wrong what they are telling the group, I will stand up and defend it. But like you said with COVID, I think the scariest part of it is that there again, they were fed just enough information to scare them, but not scared enough to come home and do any kind of homework, no research, no nothing. I mean, they followed blindly like sheep. I survived it the whole entire time. I never had it. I never wore a mask, and I would have no vaccine. It just, no. I know better than that. Your body was designed to fight off this stuff. And if you keep filling it full of poison, then your defense mechanism is only going to be deteriorated. And I wasn't buying into it.
Not that you need to hear it, but I'm proud of you. I am the same. I'm not vaxxed, didn't do any of that. And, I hate saying it blows my mind. That makes it sound like you're in denial. And the last thing I want to be in is in denial. But metaphorically, it just blows my mind how people who did not have an understanding took up arms for a cause they had no clue about. And then at the end, they basically, there's no excuse. We've never seen anything like it before. Actually, we've seen a bunch of things that we've never seen before, and we've never handled the unseen befores this way. Okay, that's a good ground zero. When you're trying to find out something, you don't. Yeah, it was more than. It was manipulation to say the least, but it was an example. It's why I hate it when people go, well, you're not a professional. I go, the scary thing is, if I was a professional and I lied to you and you knew I just didn't like you, would you still swallow what I told you to take just because I'm a professional? Or then would you start thinking about it? Because you think that it may not be in your best interest. The entire COVID thing wasn't in our best interest. And it wasn't handled in our best interest either. But, everybody knows that now.
Well, I don't know if everybody knows that now or not, but the ones that are willing and to listen and to look and do their own homework, do their own research, the ones that looked into it because what they were trying to sell you was kind of hard to believe. I think this was the beginning to see how gullible the general population was, and to see exactly how hard they would have to work to take over, quite literally. And it seemed like it didn't take much.
I think what we had here was, the best way I can describe it is, back when I was in high school, I hate to admit it, I won't admit it, someone dear to me, someone that I respect, would act like we're going to hit you and not hit you. And it wasn't like I'm about to fight hit you. It would be like they bring their hand almost up to your nose, like it's one of those, if I would have been walking forward right at the moment you decided to play that trick, you would have hit me. That's how close they came. It was one of those, that's what the government did, but they didn't actually go full-blown tyrannic. But it was enough for us as dogs to start to growl. It was enough for us to go, if you do that again, if you keep doing it, we're not going to have a good relationship. And by being even in that position, suggests that the relationship is already not as good as it was. And I feel like that's what the situation is.
Yes, and I agree with that, with the exception that there were some cases, I believe, that the government actually hit them. If you were in the military and you refused to take your vaccines, you lost everything. I mean, they took your entire life, your pensions, everything, and threw you out in the street. That to me, that was just not right at all. You know, I mean, you spend your life defending this country, and because you won't buy into their love story, then we're going to take everything you have, and that's what they did to these people.
Exactly.
You know, do as we tell you, right, wrong, or indifferent, good for you or not, and we'll continue to let you play. Once you buck the system, we're not only going to take your pieces, we're going to take your life, and in a lot of cases they did, and that, to me, that's just sad. That's the government seeing how much power they have over the general population, and to me that just doesn't make any sense. KF8 AXO.
K8 LLC. I agree entirely.
AXO and LLC, can I get your guys' handle? You guys may know me, I'm Walter. Just so I have a way to, I guess, address you. But yeah, I think it's one of those. Oh man, I'm trying to figure out what I was about to say. Before the other call was thrown out. What was the last thing that you said? Over to you.
KD8 LLC. My name is Robert. If that helps. I don't know. Give a holler back.
Over to AXO.
Yeah, come back with that call again, please. KD8, I missed the last portion and your name, please.
KD8 LLC Robert.
Thanks, Robert. I got it that time.
The AXO, what was your name? David. So, I guess what you said it didn't make sense to you. I guess as a grounding point, as a ground reference, do you believe in God?
Definitely.
Okay, well, we could skip a lot of chapters. I think that the reason all this is happening, I mean, to say the least, is because I know that the world is run by the devil, at least until the return. And I think as the times are getting closer, I think things are getting more outrageous. And honestly, as much as you go, oh, things will get better, and I think the next 4 years could be looking upwards. I think overall, as a whole, as a nation, as a modern society, I don't think the world is going to last forever. Society, as we know it, will last forever, and I think we're actually closer to the end than a lot of people think, Of course, everyone goes, oh, well, it's been this long, this far, how do you know, blah, blah. I mean, at some point, that argument can be true because something will happen. But in any case, I think part of that's, when I say I try to stick to the truth and everything, I feel like I am so greatly outnumbered in the ideals and the ideologics that I align myself in because they're so unorthodox. They're based off the truth. It may not be popular opinion, but they're true and they're accurate or natural. And it's like I really do feel like God looks out for me and protects me because it's one of those standing up for what's right. Well, that's standing up against the crowd. That's you versus the majority, and there's nothing like the truth truly setting you free. Because just because everybody does it doesn't mean it's right. And I'd hate. It's funny. People get offended. Are you calling me wrong? Are you calling me a liar? I'd hate. Well, it depends on whether you're lying or not. Did you know you were wrong? But it's one of those. I got to do it. I want to be on the right side of history.
And I agree with everything you said. So here's an issue with the end being close. If you have any faith in the Bible and God at all you have to do is read the Revelations, and you can see the things that are happening in this world have been foreseen and they've been told. And I am one alone amongst the rest of them. I don't go along with the way they do things. Here's something funny. Take any holiday that you want and do a Google search on I lost the word now. Where did this holiday come from? And they're all pagan beliefs. And you tell somebody that, and they tell you, well, we're doing it for the kids. We're doing it for the kids. So you're doing it to teach the kids the wrong way from the beginning? That just doesn't make any sense to me.
So you're a rabbit holist. WN8SCI.
Well, if you say that you're doing something because it's the right thing to do, and somebody gives you something to think about, and you don't do it because you're afraid that it might not be the truth, well, I'm not the one with the issue.
Oh, man. For all I know, this conversation could just be getting started. Man, first you talked about holidays. Oh, my goodness. I think the one that will probably grind the most gears is probably Christmas in December. But, I mean, it blows my mind. I mean, like, there I go using that phrase. I'm not in denial. I don't want to be in denial. I shouldn't be surprised. But, wow, when I say, it's like if you knew the things that we have now, where did that originate from? It's not like this all over the earth, or all over the world, or at least in all societies. You know, why is, I tell you, any country with the Union Jack flag on it, R.I.P. I mean, the way that Great Britain handled COVID, Australia, R.I.P. For real. New Zealand, still, you know, all that. It's just, wow. And I mean, really, Western cultured societies, the amount of, I don't want to say surrealism, but there's been a lot of what is natural replaced with what is profitable, what is aesthetically pleasing. And it is like, I feel that between me having faith in God and believing and understanding and being interested in chemistry and quantum physics and electricity, all this stuff, the truth and lie, a gray area, let's talk about gray areas. You know? First we got to talk about gray and then area, you know? And I'm just like, there are so many times when people are talking, I just want to throw a yellow flag and be like, that's a flag on the play. I go, what your words said do not sound like what I think, what it feels like you mean. And I'm like, language is like the only thing that we have to communicate between beings. And so to distort language is manipulation at the highest level. And so I am a very big proponent of etymology, how words are constructed, all of that. I mean, yeah, I almost feel like I feel when I speak with somebody and I say,
I lost about 90% of that last transaction there. Yeah, there's nothing there at all. If you moved or changed your location with that antenna, there's nothing there at all now.
this is Whiskey November, Charlie.
Yeah, I got the first part of your call, and that was pretty much it. KF8AXO.
All right, hopefully those Whiskey November 8, Sierra Charlie India. Are you there, David?
KD8 LLC.
Yeah, over to you, Robert. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I like to talk, and I don't very often get to talk in such depth, so I get carried away sometimes. Go ahead.
Yeah, for some reason, I don't know what ended up happening is I lost the radio station for a while, and I didn't hear anything. I heard what was going on, and everything ended up dropping over here. I don't know why.
W8WKY.
How am I coming in? Is it clear or?
Yeah, I copy you. Maybe I timed it out, but I thought I have a timeout timer, and I didn't see it come on, so I didn't stop talking. So maybe I timed it out, but I don't know.
Okay, it could have been that everything timed out, and that's what ended up happening.
Yeah, I was actually down at a really bad spot. I was really low, had a bunch of trees around me, so you probably couldn't hear me very well. So I turned around to come back to a more radio-friendly terrain.
All right, I don't know also if I didn't also have, I got hit in the head. I don't know if I didn't also have another radio group in here that was using this repeater.
There was a group in here earlier using this repeater before this QSO. I estimate by now it's probably been a couple hours ago. I'm trying to think of what day it is. Today's Wednesday, so I think it was the BeaconNet, but today it was the Friendsgiving version, hosted by Nick. So maybe that's what you were referring to.
Okay, I was just talking to a group of people, and that I got interrupted, and I'm getting interrupted again, but I had gotten interrupted by them, and ended up missing it on that group.
I don't know. I called out probably, I don't know, maybe 10 or 15 minutes after their net ended, and the station that I had been talking with for like the last hour was the guy who came back to me, and then you came in. I am I'm right around Fredericksburg. I'm going to have to go through Fredericksburg, which is a really low point. So I'll probably lose a reception, at least transmittability, shortly. And but I might be able to hear you, but I should definitely be back within transmit terrain and within a few minutes.
Well, you're hitting me pretty good at this point, so I think we're good.
Yeah, Mulder, I'm gonna have to check out here. I got to get cleaned up and spend at least a couple of minutes with the wife tonight. I'll be on the radio tomorrow. Monday through Friday, I'm usually leaving the shop and heading home around 10 minutes after 11. So if you want, just call out or I'll call out. And if you're there and want to talk, just come on back. And I've really enjoyed this conversation tonight. I'd like to continue it.
All right, yeah. Well, unfortunately, 10 after 11 is when I usually have to go to bed up in the morning. So I'm usually on Mondays, so I stay up late on Sunday. But honestly, I usually never go to bed on time anyways. So I may just talk to you during the week, maybe around, I don't know, 11, a little after 11 if that's when you said you're on. So, all right, very good. I will catch you later. Absolutely fantastic conversation. I'll let you do what you got to do. And I'm going to say 73s to you. And I'll go ahead and hand it over to Robert. This is Whiskey Number 8 Sierra.
I missed your call sign. This is KD8 LLC. Have yourself a good night.
This is KF8AXO. Yeah, I'll talk to you guys later. Be safe and take care of yourselves and your families. 73 and look forward to the next conversation. You guys have a good night. I'll be clear.
All right, I think it was KD8 CFL or I don't know if I'm saying that right, but have yourself a good night. This is KD8 LLC.
KF8AXO. Kilo Foxtrot. Alpha X-Ray Oscar. And yours was KD8 LLC. Kilo Delta 8 Lima Charlie.
That is correct. Kilo Delta 8 Lima Charlie. You got it.
Well, that's good. I'll keep track of that. And like I said, I'm on the air in the mornings, Monday through Friday, well, even through Saturday, actually. And then after 11 p.m., Monday through Friday, I'm on my way home from work. So anytime you're out there, just holler up, and I'll definitely respond.
All right, that sounds great. I got to actually write it down because I don't remember anything too far. Q sign, please.
Back with that again. I missed that call there, brother.
Do what? KD8 LLC, please give me the call sign, please.
AF8AXO. Kilo Foxtrot. 8 Alpha X-Ray Oscar.
I got Kilo Foxtrot.
Kilo Foxtrot. 8 Alpha A X-Ray X O Oscar.
I thank you for the comeback. Talk to you another day.
Well, I'm usually said in the mornings or after 11 p.m. of the nighttime, Monday through Friday. If you're up and you want to talk, give me a holler and we'll have a conversation there. It was nice talking to you. Have a good night and be safe, through your journeys, and I'll talk to you another time. 73, KF8, AXO, I'll be clear.
W.